It's happening. I'm getting one of those itches where I just feel like playing the game again on a new world. It happens. Who knows how long this will last. Alright, I also play with data packs, don't I? It's kind of funny. I still don't really want to play on the latest version because I like this modded version of 1.20. I guess the new blocks and stuff and the hammer and stuff is pretty cool, but like I don't give a shit. Obviously, it'd be really cool if I could play on the latest versions, but not all mods have been ported to the latest version yet. And if it had to be a question of, what would I rather have, the answer's profoundly obvious. Stupendously obvious. As long as I don't spawn anywhere that's literally unfucking playable. Am I fine with timber? Don't I already have stuff? I'm also not too sure about silence. I have cheats off because of hardcore, so I'm not gonna be able to make changes. Timber's a little cheaty anyway. I mean, yeah, I do have timber style stuff. I'm not sure. I don't remember how they work. I also don't know what the fuck silence mobs is. You know, I'll keep those off. Oh yeah, listen to the fan. As the world gets generated. So funny that a game that looks the way that it does is one of the most hardware intensive games you could ever possibly run on a computer. Maybe it's an engine difference. Although Terraria is, I'm not gonna say simpler, but it's a lot less intensive with the stuff that it does. What is this? Apotheosis. Chronicle of Shadows. Oh no. There's too much books. That's how you know you've gotten yourself quite the mod pack. Uh, I love this biome purely because the trees. Purely because I like the trees. Just because I like the trees. I spawned on top of a tree. That's been happening a lot as of late. Well, as of late, as in any time I open up Minecraft, and last time I booted up Minecraft was quite a while ago. Let's... Oh, hourglass. I'm not gonna be able to configure my time. And considering the nature of hourglass, the way it changes up, I don't know, I like having longer day cycles. You know what? I'm gonna leave this half chopped. Ooh, magic. You know, there really is too many mods here. A crag, that's pretty good that I spawned near one. Ooh, I recognize that one. Eventually, I'll just learn enough. Oh, is that a... Yeah, it is. The place with the guardians. I don't remember what it's called. Inhospitable. Yeah, you've got that right, I guess. We need to get somewhere warm and fast. Didn't expect the carnivorous forest would be... Right, I have timber turned off. How do I activate the mod that allows me to do the timber style thing? Oh no! Oh no, that's a vindicator! I am so not ready to face any kind of pillager right now. A village is always the first goal, but I do have a mod that reduces the amount of structures that naturally spawn, which is necessary because we have way too many mod packs that add a lot of structures. They're literally just there's literally just gonna be a structure like, and for the most part, I like that structures spawn less frequently, because that also means less villages, and villages are kind of a fucking instant win button most of the time. Some animals to kill would be nice too. A crag's probably our best chance at getting some good resources safely. And this is pretty good too. That's a hummingbird? That sounds more like a fucking rat. I mean, I get I probably shouldn't be doing large projects until I've beaten the Ender Dragon. Anyway, where the knight literally can barely even register as a threat anymore. Like, do you really expect me to play long enough to even get that far? There's some wither roses here if I remember. Nope, these are just what the Jesus, the honeybee was just surprised me, but also what the fuck? You're just here? Okay. I thought it was the mushroom that was making the buzzing noise. I was like, what the fuck? Skunk. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to find any peaceful settlements. There was a tower, but towers sometimes have cave spider spawners, and I'm not comfortable living within those anymore now that that has that information is known to me now. I mean, I do usually take it out right away, but food is food. Yeah, I really should get to relearn the stuffs. Like, good god, there's so many, with all the mods, there's just so many fucking buttons. Can you imagine how horrific the UI would look if we weren't Pocket Edition with all these mods? Oh, yikes. I think I'm gonna go live in that crag. Uh, let's go check out this wooden structure first at least. If it turns out to be friendly, then we can stay with them for a bit. It'll be great. Ouch. Still need some food. -5 degrees should be habitable still. Oh, look at this place. Ooh, sheep. Perfect. Okay, I don't think anyone lives in that settlement at all. Yeah, this place is pretty good. No, 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 no. Nope. Shit. We need to settle down somewhere and quick. Fuck, this gravel's annoying. We'll have to make do with something like this for now. Wait, I have 2 crafting tables? Whoopsie daisies. I guess I should make it taller. I would like a 5x3 home. Maybe 5x4 will also suffice. Maybe this'll do for now. Pretty claustrophobic. But what can you do? We're so high up, it's very cold. The temperature system's a total drag. Actually, let's use this flint. For warmth, why don't we? Why? Building tool. R. 1 equals sneak. There you go. I do not like snowier snow. Ooh, there's even emeralds spawning here. Jeez. My stone axe will break if I actually decide to continue going for that. Woo! Yep, that was a bad idea. Yeah, kinda miss Timber. Oh, there's just crags everywhere, huh? That's good. Why, that's very good. Are those cows? Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking do some hourglass bullshittery. Yeah, half time for both day and night. That's how I did it last time too, and I quite like it. From from 24 to 48 minutes. Means I still have a time, but with allowed day sleep, I can decide what time I want to be playing in. Oops. I don't know what block entity effect is, but sure. Oops. I think these are purely for multiplayer. Must not be less than -1. Fuck, really? Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to deal with sleeping taking a while. Iron armor's gonna help make me feel much safer. can we do for progression next? I'd like to disable the cosmetics. I still want to be able to see myself. There it is. It is screaming. What the fuck? How do I tweak my booba size again? Ooh, beehive. Maybe I should worry about it later. Moo bloom. I guess I can check this place out now. I've got some good drip. I can handle some spiders showing up or something. Oh, I can just live here, honestly. Not bad. They still won't last too long. There's nether warts and soul sand. This place is literally perfect. There's no stupid fucking... Although ideally, I suppose that is what you kinda want. Well, there's nether warts and soul sand, but we still need blaze rods. There's some lava for warmth as well, which is nice, I suppose. It'll be much easier to set up settlement here as well. Although the cold weather does make it not ideal. Because it's freezing the water, which we don't want. Although that can be handled as well, honestly. Yeah, I forgot to make a bucket. If I find any more iron, I'll just make some buckets. As we're exploring instead. Getting some waste stones would be really nice. Two, to be precise. One will carry with us, so we can teleport in and out whenever we want. Oh, hello, Maurice. Slime boss seems pretty cool, but ultimately, as usual, you guys just suck! Oh! Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. Wait, what? How dare you? Damn it. We can make a backpack now. Let's go. I know this is a little short-sighted, but right now, short-term survival takes precedence. I think this little square over here, although it's a little far away. It's probably those magic thing. It's the magic mod is something I installed because I want to be able to cast magic other than just enchanting items, but I've literally never interacted with it. I'm gonna try during this playthrough to interact with it a little more proactively this time. What's with those blues? Curious. Chicken farm will be the best source of food. I really want to find a warmer biome. Even if it has winters. Well, honestly, this is a plains biome. This is probably where I should set up shop. If I'm gonna set up shop anywhere, this would be the perfect spot. Got the perfect conditions. Is that a fucking temple? Yeah, let's set up shop here in the plains. My usual weapon of choice are spears, but I think a sword is much cheaper at the moment anyhow. And a crag means we've got good source of iron and coal. Yeah, this is just a nice place. Another crag over there. This seat is actually wicked. Wickeds! God, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has broke my fucking mind. Let's... really wanted a lot of rocks. I need to check that huge ass place over there first. And we have enough wood to set up a nice small hut style thing within the plains. Ooh, carrots. I don't know why base game doesn't want you to to get carrots easily. I'm very glad they aren't hard to get here. Where's the sun? We have time still. How long have I been recording? Yeah, that's a fucking place of worship. I do want my house to be near a body of water. There's some chickens here too. It's very important to see if it's lit up. If it's not lit up, then there's monsters inside and it's not gonna be the safest place to explore. It's not lit up. I want a mod that shows your saturation points. Unfortunately, there isn't one for Forge 1.20. If I am gonna move up versions and try out different mod packs, I would probably switch over to Fabric. Apparently, just objectively a better system. Oh god. Yep, that's a cave spider, alright. Is this a fucking mine shaft just out in the open? It darn tootin' is. Ah, no, it leads deeper. Not sure how comfortable I am living right next to something like this. Where's like a nice open spot? Set up camp here. Whoa! I forgot you can do that. Woo! Not good. I saw some sheep. I'm just gonna kill them. I am not walking back. I have enough time, but I just don't care. Shit, what are you doing here? Oh, fight me. Ah. Ooh. No way I'm gonna die because of some fucking spiders. Shit, I need one more sheep. Oh my god. That's definitely too late for me to try running back. Fuck it, this is what I'm doing. For 24 minutes. I wanted some dirt. I should have taken the bed with me.
I summoned the blue eyes.
Emperor Stove, thank you for the 5 gifties. Didn't get one, dodge the chat. Simple as that. That was a shit to your hand, also. Oh! Fualos! Ash this, please. Oh, called by. Yeah, that's a pretty good answer. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty good answer. And let's do that shit again, and let's just run it back. Guess what, bitch? You thought you were dealing with Goebbels, but Hitler has arrived.
God, I've watched that clip like so many times now. It fucking kills me every time.
This is actually a guy that's on like multiple card arts. He's from a very old Yu-Gi-Oh card, but they bring it back every once in a while.
Okay, is this an old card?
No, this is new, but the guy on the art has been around for a while.
Just checking.
Yes,
apparently I have to clarify. All right.
It's like a retrain of an older card. You know, they do that all the time.
Sure. Declare one card name and banish one of that declared card from your main deck, and if you do, negate its effects, as well as the activated effects and effects on the field of cards with the same original name until end of this turn. You'll only activate one cross-out designator per turn. This is a sorcery?
This is a quick play, which means you can use
quick
it
play?
Where?
Oh, I see it now.
Little lightning bolts.
Yep. Okay.
So you can use this in response to your opponent doing things.
If you do, so you have to banish one of the card from your deck. What if you don't have one in your deck?
I don't know.
So, no, if you name the card, it said if you do. So I'm guessing the card does nothing if you declare a card name but search and fail to find. Okay. I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Let's loophole this sucker. It doesn't work as intended. Those cards get banned, okay? If you do, negate its effects as well as the activated effects and effects on the field of cards with the same original name. This is weird because my very first thought is there's no way they would ever ban this because this is added to the meta to stop the cards that are so ubiquitous that they're in every deck that they probably should have banned. Like, yeah, say it's the one strategy, the one thing, the one greater than all thing, and you run this so that you can go banish a copy out of your deck to keep your opponent from doing the thing as the only way to stop. I don't know, man. That doesn't seem... That doesn't seem
Why
right.
would I show you this, CGB? Why would I show you
That
this?
doesn't seem right, though. Let me read this again. If you do, negate its effects, as well as the activated effects and effects on the field of the same original name until the end of this turn. The way I described it, I don't think it's even that good of a solution. It's a solution, but it's not a good solution. You dilute your own deck. Maybe you're playing cards you wouldn't normally play to like maximize this card to hit the right thing, but that doesn't seem great either, because then you just draw the card sometimes and it doesn't work with your strategy. That seems bad. Okay, what is scaring me here, what about doing it to your own stuff? What if there's an effect that you want to negate from your own card? Something like, you lose the game. Is a line of text that is sometimes on a magic card that you could negate with a card like this. Some insane upside, like take an extra turn, but then it says at the end of that turn you lose the game. and maybe this negates it. I don't have the context. I don't have the context. It is possible. It is definitely possible that there is some combo with this that
The
you build your own
Burger
deck around that
Chef.
got this in trouble. The fair use, like first use idea of it to attack the opponent's deck doesn't seem great to me. You dilute your own deck to do it. It seems desperate. Surely there are other cards that somehow exist in the game that let you solve these problems in a better way. I'm looking at really proactive solutions in the other cards that you show me, and I'm not sure. And obviously they solve different kinds of problems, but it seems like there's got to be something better. But I am scared of the combo potential of this card, but I don't have the context, so I can't just pronounce this card as banned. I don't think I can. It's an interesting card in its use case, and it's one of those that I think people have to play to find it's not as good as they think it is. And then on the other side, when you're negating your own thing to pull some combo, I think that's a good dream. And maybe it's too powerful, but I don't have the context. I'm going to say not banned.
Okay. I will say, in your defense, I think this was probably the trickiest one. I was seeing if you would pull from the memory of some of our other videos that we've done to put this one together. But that's okay. That's okay. You're correct, though. This card is not banned. Let's give you the context now. So, how this card works, and this will also give you some insight into the power level of our game. You remember hand traps, right? The cards that you discard from your hand to stop your opponent from doing something. This card is a counter to those hand traps. So let me explain. Let's say you activate a card, right? Let's just keep it simple. Let's say Pot of Greed. You try to Pot of Greed's banned, but just for this example. You try to activate Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards. Let's say your opponent has an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. If you recall, that card says anytime your opponent would activate a card to add cards from the deck to their hand and then starts drawing, you can discard this card to negate that effect. Okay? So, in response to the Pot of Greed, they would try to use their Ash Blossom to stop you from drawing cards.
Okay.
In response
There are
to that,
few fish
you
I
can
find
activate
in the
Crossout Designator,
Let's
because it is a
go.
quick play spell, so you can activate it at instant speed. You can banish your own copy of Ash Blossom out of your deck to negate their Ash Blossom to make sure that your Pot of Greed in this hypothetical example resolves. So it's a counter to counters, if you will. And so hand traps, because they are so ubiquitous across all different sorts of decks, even if your main strategy is different, a lot of those other hand traps and such, and other generically good cards, like let's say Raigeki or any of the other more generic cards you've seen, a lot of decks might play these. And so people can play Crossout Designator as a way, as a catch-all, to like stop all of these types of effects to make sure that what they're trying to do actually goes through, if that makes sense.
A counter for a counter.
It's a counter for a counter.
Is it good? Is it like as good as people think, like expected it to be? Does it get a lot of play?
It's actually limited in Japan, as a matter of fact. There's another
Because
card
of
similar to
Max
Crossout
C.
Designator called Called by the Grave. It does what this card does a little bit better.
It's
That's
literally
actually
perfectly
restricted
fine at
here.
3
I
otherwise.
believe it's restricted both here in the TCG and in the Asian territories. Crossout Designator had a lot of hype because it's very similar to that other card. It didn't play out as people wanted it to, I will say. However, it's still a card that will see play from time to time. And there have been moments where this card has single-handedly won people tournament championships, because sometimes you can have the read. So, for instance, Dimensional Barrier. If you go try to do a play and your opponent activates Dimensional Barrier, if you have a copy of Dimensional Barrier in your deck, you can cross out Designator, call Dimensional Barrier, and now that ensures that Dimensional Barrier doesn't resolve. So it's a, like I said, it's a counter to a counter, right? People have sometimes had the forethought to incorporate these different types of specific cards, 2 levels meta their opponent, to make Crossout Designator and use it to its full potential. So it's a very strong card, but I think it requires just a lot of skill to use, if that makes sense.
So I'm hearing that the hand traps that are good are really good. They get played a lot more consistently than maybe monsters of a certain class. They're in a lot of decks.
They're basically, for the most part, in every deck in some capacity. You remember your favorite rock, Nibiru?
Totally.
The big rock that drops out and destroys the whole field?
Yeah.
Another example, right? if you go over 5 summons, your opponent tries to Nibiru and drop the rock, you can cross out Designator, banish a Nibiru from your deck, and now Nibiru won't activate. And so now you protected your board. So a lot of really cool interactions with this card. And like I said, this is more of a tricky one. I think the rest are fairly a lot easier to pick up on. But I was curious just what you thought about this card all around, because it's a neat design.
I like Nibiru less now that Rageki's been in my life. I'm gonna be honest. Gotta be real.
You can play both. They're both at 3. All right, speaking of 3, only 3 left, and oh boy, I can't wait to see your reaction to this one.
Evenly matched is a trap card. At the end of the battle phase, if your opponent controls more cards than you do, you can make your opponent banish cards from their field face down, so they control the same number of cards as you do. If you control no cards, you can activate this card from your hand. At the end of the battle phase, if they control more cards, so that includes spell cards that stay on the field, trap cards that stay on the field, all of it?
Yep.
And it's banished face down, so they control the same number of cards as you. It says you can make your opponent do it, but I assume it's their choice what they banish if you have one card.
What to banish, correct.
And if you control no cards, you can activate this card from your hand. Activating this card from your hand, does that mean you control nothing?
Correct.
Okay. It's like basically on the stack, like in Magic. It's not on the field, so it doesn't even count as 1?
It does count as 1.
It does count as 1. Okay.
Yeah, so if you do evenly match, they're going to have to banish cards until they have 1 card left on their field.
It's after the battle phase, at the end of the battle phase. So any, punching your face happens. So it's not like if they're monsters, they get the enter effects. If they're, what if they're face down, trap cards and stuff?
They'd have to banish those too. Yep.
Okay.
Unless they decide to keep that one of those as their 1 card. But yes, anything on the field goes for evenly matched.
Yeah, so if they, maybe the good situations are, they brought out 2 monsters, they placed 2 traps, and then you do this, and none of the traps interact with this, and they go down to 1. And that's good. You get a 3 for 1 on turn 1. Not bad. I don't know, man. This seems like good, honest control efforts. That's what it feels like.
I thought you would like this card.
Yeah, why should somebody get to just do all that? There's a card in Magic, it's an old card, called Balance. I think I showed it to you in a video.
Show it to me. That's what actually, I think that was one of the reasons I thought about doing this video, was it reminded me of this card.
Balance, it was great for what it did to creatures. Basically removed all creatures on the spot, because you would only play it when you had no creatures. But Balance was busted because of what it did to lands and the hand, making the fact that you could make somebody discard their whole hand and sacrifice all their lands was what made Balance a bannable card. And it is.
Okay.
Yeah. This isn't that.
It's everything but the hand. So to be fair, I mean,
it's not the graveyard either. Yeah. It exiles. It face down exiles, but you still have access to your yard if you built a big old yard by popping off. This is a nice card to play at the end of a big pop-off turn to bring them back to Earth, but I'm assuming that current Yu-Gi-Oh! Gets its value in other ways. I keep on just going back to the first card you showed me. You showed me Fenrir, and it's they just have another one. What did you do? What have you done? What have you achieved? They just have...
Maybe I should have started with Fenrir in that case.
They just have another one. And this is a trap card where it's all right, if this becomes ubiquitous, if this is a common part of the meta, people adapt. And they probably got blown out by it in week 1, and then they started thinking about this if it was getting played a lot. And they started leaving less stuff on the field after the battle phase. And, why just set things? Play hand traps, play less trap cards on the field, I guess. And then the way that meta evolves is people run this less, because it's not as effective as it used to be. Which then people start building to the board again, they might pick this up, and there's an ebb and flow there. I don't think this card has to be banned. I'm thinking that the way that things currently go, this lets people get enough value out of their cards. It punishes people who play carelessly, and it probably fluctuates in meta and becomes less good as soon as people actually give it respect. So I'm going to say not banned.
All right, evenly matched is insane. This card is so good. I do not even know where to start with this. So evenly matched, it's kind of hard. With our combo decks will go really wide, where you summon a bunch of guys, you commit a bunch of cards to the field. Yes, in the instance of like Fenrir, you might like add a card back to your hand. But I would say combo decks, for the most part, are decks that aren't going to play hand traps or things that they want to keep in the hand. Every card is a piece to put on the field and make the field wide and just do a lot of crazy stuff and make it so that the opponent isn't going to be able to like play the game or win through any like meaningful capacity. And a card like evenly matched is a great equalizer to this, because what you can do is your opponent can just slam everything down card after card, and then they pass the turn to you. And you say, okay, battle phase. And as soon as your opponent does that without doing anything else, your heart just sinks, because you know exactly what's coming. And what's fun about this is that this actually causes mind games as well. So people will start scrambling, because in the battle phase, before they go to the end of the battle phase, the opponent might start just firing off effects because they think their board's going to get hit by evenly matched, so they start doing things. And then if they have the evenly matched, your whole board gets wiped, and now maybe they have no resources. Or the funnier scenario is they don't have evenly matched. They did all these things that they wouldn't otherwise do, and now you can play the game on your second main phase. So psychologically, this card actually adds a really interesting dynamic to the game. People have been baited by this card numerous times, but it's something that you have to respect because it is in the card pool. In control matchups, if decks are playing a lot of trap cards in the back row, evenly matched can be a way to hose those out as well, right? Because now it's like, oh good, I'm going to 4-for-1 you with evenly matched. And typically people just play it from the hand. They don't ever set this card face down unless they absolutely have to, just to get the maximum value out of it. But you're correct. This card is at 3. It isn't played all the time. I will say that, just like you said, actually, it sort of ebbs and flows depending on the way that the meta is shaping up. Seen an uptick in play like relatively recently at the time of recording this, but there have been formats where it's like a game-defining card, and there's other formats where this card's not particularly good because the decks that are the best decks like don't go wide enough for evenly matched to really be worth it. So, phenomenal card. Like it's a great like balancing board-breaking type of card, and people love it.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Punish them.
I thought you would like this one.
Nice job, nerd. You went wide. It's all going away.
It's all going away. Man, when you get evenly matched for like 7, you never forget it. It's awful. All right. 2 left.
Triple Tactics Talent. It's a spell card. And it says, if your opponent has activated a monster effect during your main phase this turn, activate one of these effects. Draw 2 cards. Take control of one monster your opponent controls until end of phase. Look at your opponent's hand and choose one card from it to shuffle into the deck. You can only activate 1 Triple Tactics Talent per turn. This is a spell card. Does this stay on the field?
You activate it, it does the thing, and then it goes to the graveyard.
That's
not
okay. Okay, not continuous. That's the word I was looking for. And it's flexible. It's got options. If your opponent has activated a monster effect during your main phase. So I have to try to calculate how often and common and predictable it is that your opponent activates a monster effect during your main phase. I don't know. Is this something that happens every duel? If assume this card didn't exist, or in the before times. Is this a really common occurrence?
Well, you know hand traps exist, so...
I do, but it says monster effect.
Hand traps are monsters. Remember, we call them traps, but they are monsters by nature.
That makes a lot of sense. It's really easy to understand. Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's hand trap because they operate like trap cards.
Okay.
Because you can use them at instant speed.
If we're talking about hand traps that are actually monsters, and this isn't... and many of them are monsters, and
pretty much all of them are. Yep. Traps, if you recall.
Yeah, I didn't remember whether or not they were all monsters. I didn't calculate this.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. This is helpful. This is good. I want
to make sure you have the context.
Yeah, so this is pretty normal at this stage. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 is all about hand monster traps. If that's true, then what you have here is Pot of Greed. Or better, if you think that one of the other... What was the Is it the dust shoot or something? What is the card that lets you look at the opponent's hand and was apparently so powerful for that it got banned?
The one you're thinking of is Trap Dust Shoot.
Yeah.
All three of these bullet points are each referencing a banned card. This is not the Trap Dust Shoot. Look at your opponent's hand, but this is a different one. I don't think I've shown it to you. So all three of these bullet points are banned cards. Which is why this card I thought would be very fun to show you. People were very excited. People were very excited when this card got printed.
I am guessing that a lot of what makes these hand traps so popular is the degeneracy of the format and where it would be without them. So why would you make a card that compounds the degeneracy? You were supposed to keep us safe, and now you're going to give the ones forcing the degeneracy more busted shit? What?
I cannot begin to tell you how hyped people were when this card got announced. You don't even play this game.
How old is this card?
This was printed, I'm going to double check. It was within the past few years. It's actually quite new. This was printed, 2020 was the first printing. Okay, a little bit older than I thought. Are you doing the test to see if it's old enough to get banned? Is that why you were asking?
Maybe.
Okay, I see you.
Alright, if that's such a part of the meta, why wouldn't people run this card? I guess dude, I can't even begin to ask what they're thinking if the meta went this far. Are there decks that don't use hand traps?
Yes, but let me give context. So I kind of described earlier matched. A lot of combo decks, it's weird because there's a lot of overlap here, but decks that are strictly considered a combo deck don't play hand traps because every single card in the deck is trying to achieve some combo, so they choose not to play hand traps because they just assume they don't need those defensive cards to beat the opponent. There are control decks that play a lot of trap cards and very few very strong monsters to pair with those trap cards. They might play a couple of hand traps, but only a select few. But I will say that for the most part, every single deck is playing some quantity of hand traps, and I will give you context. It is anywhere from 9 to 18, any given circumstance, for the most part.
And your deck size is
40.
It's 40. So one in every opening hand is more than one in opening hand is normal. Okay.
Yes, at least.
And in worst case, you can sideboard this out. He's laughing because
I feel like I've broken you.
The only way that this is fine is if it's the philosophy of everything is busted, so nothing is busted. In a way, this is a green light to print busted hand traps. To push hand traps further than they were ever pushed before.
Unless they've already been printed, and this is a check to that.
Well, but that's the thing. So you're sitting there, you're the game. You are owner of game. You design game. You ban things in game. You have choices. This hand trap situation has gone crazy. Look at them. They're putting 9 to 18 of them in every deck. Everything's just becoming this cesspool of interaction for nothing. What do? Do we ban some of these? Because you don't want maybe there's a fear of making the game just who has the right hand trap in their opening hand wins, right? Or do we give people a way to recover when they get blown out by the hand trap because somebody had the right hand trap? Do we hook them up with something, rebuild, and keep going so it's not just dead in the water at that phase?
I'll also help you out. Remember, Kashtira Fenrir, we saw him in the beginning. He can use his effect during the opponent's turn to banish stuff face down, right? If you activate something, Fenrir then activates to banish one of your things. So it's not just hand traps. There are monsters that activate on the field.
Yeah.
So there's even more.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. I want to make sure you get the full scope. I want to make sure you get the full scope.
Yeah, you getting to play this is normal. That's what I'm hearing. If this is in your hand, it's probably not a dead card over the entire game. My God, draw 2 cards is right there, dude. Right there. This legal has 3 of. This legal has 3 of. Dude, this card looks sick and stupid and absolutely nuts. But is there a world where you have to like actually scale it back? It says you can only activate 1 per turn, right? So if you have 2 or 3 of these in your hand and the opponent does the thing and you
Oh,
play
there's
1,
the third
and
sheep.
these others are stuck, like does it balance itself with 1 per turn in a way that, you know, maybe now you have trouble finding the next window? And here's the other thing. You play one of these, and the opponent's like, okay, you can only play 1 of those per turn, so now I'm going to just pop off and play like 2 or 3 more things. Well, I know you can't use that. Another one, anyway. Totally on the docket. Pot agreed, no, but I feel like maybe some of these other cards weren't as dangerous as time went on. But God, they're so good. Look at opponent's hand. Take a card. Oh no, they know all my secrets. It's over. Scoop on the spot.
You were in awe that Trap Dust Shoot was banned, so remember that.
1, 2,
yeah,
3,
I
4,
remember.
5, 6,
Just a
7, 8,
normal magic
9,
card that
10,
we put
11,
for
12,
1 mana
13,
like 50
14.
times, but apparently too good for Yu-Gi-Oh!
I showed that to Voxy recently, not Trap Dust Shoot, but a card even worse than Trap Dust Shoot, and she had the same reaction you did, that she was speechless that a card like this is banned in our game.
Yeah, we do this all the time, man. In fact, you guys should try it. You should print more of them and do that instead of whatever these hand traps are. It's really fun. God, I don't know, dude. Like,
13.
I don't see why they made this. I do. It's money. Money. They made this for money. Is there a world where this is fine because everything's not fine? Yeah, that world exists. It is obnoxious to think about this being at the 3-up, but it does kind of self-regulate in that way that maybe you draw it at the wrong time after the window's passed, or you draw 3 of them but only get to play 1. So I don't know. I'm gonna, you know what? Fuck it. It's fine. 3 banned cards in 1, and it's fine. Yeah.
Final answer?
Yeah.
You are correct. This card is legal at 3 cup.
I've learned so much.
You have. You actually figured out the biggest limiter of this card is the fact that you can only fire 1 per turn. And that may not seem like as big of a deal as someone who comes from Magic, but in Yu-Gi-Oh!, you never want to have multiples of cards in your hand that have that restriction on them, because that can really make the difference in terms of like how much interaction you have either during your turn or your opponent's. And a lot of hand traps and a lot of cards we've actually seen throughout this video do have that once per turn restriction on them, right? Which is why when you see cards that don't have that restriction, your eyes light up because you're like, oh my god, I can fire multiple of these, they're not dead in my hand. But yeah, the hype surrounding this card when it was first released was insane. Like, 3 banned cards. Ironically, one of these cards is actually legal again, funny enough, so it's not like, as crazy as it was.
Yeah,
So
and in
that
fact, Triple Tactics Talent is a stronger version because it's non-targeted.
Being able to either just get more cards to keep playing after your opponent hand traps you, to be able to take their biggest threat.
There's no way I can take you on.
Opponent's really big.
Lady,
And
can you
looking at the
kindly
opponent's hand is
fuck
also really
off?
important because you know that hand traps exist. And so being able to not only know what their hand is composed of, but then also take the best card that's going to stop your play, or take out the best card that they have that's going to prevent them from playing, completely dismantle their strategy. All 3 options are used, and all are phenomenal, just depending on the circumstances. It may blow your mind to learn that this card has not been like a staple 3-of in every deck since printing. It's a card that, again, it really just depends on like the way that formats play out, because think about like evenly matched, right? That like board-breaking sort of card. We kind of go back and forth between are hand traps better or are board-breaking cards better? Are the cards better that are going to stop the opponent from doing the thing, or are the cards better that are going to actually dismantle the opponent after they've done the thing? So we kind of go back and forth in between those 2 types of effects, and Triple Tactics Talent falls in the more board-breaking type of effect rather than like a hand trap, because you can't use it during your opponent's turn. You have to use it on your own. And so it's for as powerful as it is, you would think every deck would just always run 3 of this until the end of time. Just the way that certain decks function, Triple Tactics Talent may not actually be that good against them. And so, and again, because of the restriction of only being able to use it once, sometimes people will just play a singular copy just so they don't draw multiples. That's happened plenty of times. But insanely good card, and it's people love this. It's so much fun. It's a great card. It's awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna gonna say, why not one copy? It probably
Yeah,
every
that's what
deck
people
could go
do.
for one. Yep.
That's something people do. And there's ways to search this card as well, so that if you are in a situation where your opponent used a monster effect, then you're like, okay, cool, I'm going to use this card to get tactics, and then just use it anyway. So you can get away with just having one, and that's okay sometimes. All right. Last card. This one is going to be quite fun. Let's see what you think about this guy.
Red
Eyes, glasses.
I will. Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. This is level 8. Alright, off to a great start. Dark Monster. Look at the freaking armor on this weirdo. Oh my goodness. 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. Spellcaster Fusion Effect. Dark Magician plus Red Eyes Black Dragon or 1 Dragon Effect Monster.
For the purposes of this, remember,
Am I actually not gonna have enough
2
wood?
guys to make one. For the purposes of this, assume that this is very easy to make. Just so that's not a limiting factor in your evaluation.
I think I remember the Dark Magician, but sure. Let's go.
That's the very classic card. That's what this is based on.
Cannot be destroyed by card effects. Oh, nice. Neither player can target this card with card effects. Okay. During your main phase, you can destroy 1 monster your opponent controls, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. You can use this effect a number of times per turn, up to the number of normal monsters used as fusion material for this card.
So I'm going to stop you there. Dark Magician and Red Eyes Black Dragon are both normal monsters without effects. So you could use this twice per turn.
Just on right there. Just with the usual pieces twice per turn. Cool. Once per turn, when a card or effect is activated at quick effect, you can discard 1 card and negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. And if you do, this card gains 1,000 attack. What a buddy. What a boss. What a boss. Okay. Okay. Can't kill it. Destroys everything. Counters everything. Wrecks everything. That's what I got. Yeah, what an end boss. Oh my god. Not hard to do, you say, huh? Well, this explains why they need all those
Completely
hand traps.
feasible to do turn 1.
I'll give you context. So I'll give you context. The way to summon this is a card called Red Eyes Fusion. It says send, in short, it says send Dark Magician and Red Eyes Black Dragon from your deck to the graveyard and summon this thing.
Nice! How nice. I imagine that's free?
The only downside to it is you're not allowed to summon the remainder of the turn. I'm sorry, at all. It's like the only summon you're allowed to perform.
No,
Wow,
you were
what
correct.
did you need? Oh, okay. Big downside there. Wow, yeah, what a punishment. You mean
Just
you have
afterwards,
no friends?
Superstar Slayer style.
Correct. You have no friends when you're this good.
He stands alone.
Yeah, you got your own table at the cafeteria. Probably fine. I mean, this is why they gotta do it, right? This is why they gotta interrupt everything. This is why you have cards in your card pool like Dimensional Barrier, and it's totally
Is that what you've been missing? Have you been missing the why this whole time?
not really. I just
okay.
it's degenerate, and
Okay.
it is. Sure. Surprise. I assume that if they get to do the thing, either they're going to do like 15 things that chain together and win the game, or they're going to bring out the one thing that's unkillable that wins the game. Because it's always one of the two. It's either
I
the
feel
one
like as a control player, you would like this.
things. I would like this.
As a control player, it's a control card.
It's a combo card, right? Like, you gotta sneak it out. This is... In Magic, the control decks don't play creatures unless they're going to come out and then slowly accrue value and slowly, carefully win the game. This just comes out and, like, sticks it right to them. It ends the game too brutally quickly, which is why it's more of a cheated out kind of card, which is why it screams combo to me. In Magic, we tried to cheat these out early because they can't be dealt with.
We don't have to cheat them out. We just play them, you know?
I'm remembering the cards you showed me that let you tribute the opponent's stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
And that is a way out of this. So that exists, and it's increased in popularity for some reason, as we discussed in those videos.
Some reason, can't imagine why.
I'm guessing these lines of text about can't be targeted, can't be dealt with aren't even that rare. I bet some big thing. I bet they're printing more of that on big things like this, just so that people have a reason to play it at all. Like that. Yeah.
Yep, pretty much.
In Magic, like, isn't it? How do I describe this? Unlike larger creatures in Magic, like, wouldn't you want those types of protection effects so your big guy sticks? Yeah, okay.
Oh, we've got a lot of names for it. Hexproof, Shroud, Ward. We've created a lot of different ways to like have your big creature that you go through so much work
I want
to
glass.
actually do something. But as long as there are things in the card pool and Magic sacrifice, exile all kind of things, then those cards don't usually need to be banned. They just dictate which colors actually have good answers and how players have to play certain colors. And there are examples where sure the things got banned, but I think for the most part that's rare nowadays that something gets banned for being a giant monster that's hard to kill. And yeah, this card seems oppressive and horrific. And if there are answers to it in hand traps or in ways to tribute it and things like that, well, all it takes is too many people running this deck and other people will have all the answers. So I'm gonna say it's fine.
You just give it up. You're throwing your hands over your head.
No, it's not that. It's like I'm looking at the other things. Like, yeah, this card is amazing. I could read the whole thing again. I've forgotten half of what it does already. You could read the whole thing, but it's all tied into this one thing. And what I am seeing, what these cards are all saying to me, is that you don't just get to do the one thing, that there are answers to everything. At all kinds of rates right now. And that is why some of these things can be so insanely busted and be fine. So I'm sticking with it.
Well, this card was banned.
Okay, great.
In the Asian territories. It's legal in the TCG.
Well, it balances out, doesn't it? I think that we should go back at this point to only allowing bans in the TCG is the way to see the situation. I think that it makes sense now that we've had this talk.
I see. So let me give some context for Dragoon here. People were very excited when this card got announced. It's like a retrade. It's Yugi and Joey from the anime. It's like they're two ace monsters fused into one. So it's like every anime level. It looks fabulous at the end of the day. Yeah. So very, very big card. It's funny that you said that like control decks in Magic wouldn't play something like this because on release there was a very popular control deck at the time called Eldritch, and Eldritch would actually play Dragoon because this is very much a control card in the sense that it is a thing that can negate any card or effect your opponent is using at the cost of discarding a card.
Maybe I should make a second floor.
Also play out the graveyard to an extent because it's like a zombie-based trap archetype that they're controlling. They would have a bunch of cards to control a board, and then this was kind of like their secondary alternate boss monster, if you will.
Is it underground? Don't tell me the monsters are underground.
Yeah, so like, cards like this in control
it's preventing me from sleeping.
By Yu-Gi-Oh standards, especially if they want to compete in a modern setting. By old Yu-Gi-Oh standards,
I am very close to a cavern.
Something like this one wouldn't exist, but like you probably wouldn't play monsters. I would agree with you. But as Yu-Gi-Oh has aged, something like this slots very nicely into that deck because that deck doesn't care about losing out on the summon. That deck can afford to play all the pieces, and there's like no downside to it really. So it's kind of like, why the hell not? Right? There were ways that made this even more degenerate because there was a card that could copy the effect of the fusion card and basically bypass like the restrictions, so then you got to do your thing and then play Dragoon in addition to everything else, so it's even more oppressive as a result of that. Phenomenal card. They ended up banning that combo piece instead of banning Dragoon. And Dragoon is it was like I said, it was banned. It was a lot of people wanted it banned, and they just kind of banned like the more degenerate aspect of it. They banned it in Asian territories. I think they actually just restricted it in like the last like 1 or 2 lists that came out. So if they can play with it again, I think the more like degenerate aspects of the card have been sort of put in check. It's kind of funny because as the game is just like you said, there's just answers to it, and not that answers existing means that a card is healthy, but there's just enough things that kind of just deal with it that it's like it's really good, but at the same time. Yeah, like that's just kind of like the way it is. So that's Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 for you at the end of the day. What do you think? What do you think?
I feel like I understand it better than whatever Yu-Gi-Oh! Mid or Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 is.
Yeah?
You tell me, Dad. I think I did better on in this video than the last couple.
I think you did, which is kind of impressive because I thought like these recent ones you'd be knocking it out of the park, and you've been completely going in the opposite.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like that we brought that up. That's good.
Because of course they're not going to watch it, right? But yeah, I think you went like 60 or 70% correct on this video, which is kind of impressive. So congrats on that.
Thank you, thank you. Ta-da! Maybe Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 is what's really right for me.
You would never win.
No, I wouldn't. Ever.
So guys, that's going to wrap it up for another video. I really hope you all enjoyed. Let's go ahead and shout the patrons for all of their continued support. So shout out to Hey, Joseph Rothschild here, and we are back with another So if you're unfamiliar, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is bifurcated into two different regions. The OCG, which is played in Japan and stands for Official Card Game, and the TCG, which is played in America and stands for Trading Card Game. The OCG gets cards a couple of months earlier than the TCG, so frequently TCG players can look at what was good in the OCG to what will be good in coming months. It's not always the case. See, we'll teach you politics. Top 3 strategy, literal best deck in the format. Utilizing the adventure monsters, attack monsters, and cards like Roach, Dragons, in order to make powerful bosses out of the intro. Of course, it made use of deck on the time, but it wasn't so expected to be literally done like. And yet, it's kind of adventure PK version of this strategy. Like the OCG for an entire format, but lose ago. ECG is that's really
And here, of course, we would just continue special summon. That was very powerful. It decks like Drytron that integrated into their end board by making Beartanic Honda. It wasn't nearly as ubiquitous as it was. We really have like a ton of decks whose whole game plan was Dragoon, for instance. Dustin says, damn, that's crazy. 18 plus instant fusions that it can also bait Ash Imperm for help. Synchron Runic was something that people just sort of expected to be playable in the TCG, but in actuality, it never converted. This is one of those scenarios where I think the OCG honestly just missed the mark and played kind of a mid-combo deck in the face of what was a much more consistent Runic deck in, any of them. Kelly says, here's a list I like to call post-Syac decks that struggle more here, because we have full power branded and not full power Kashtira. Full power branded! Jokes aside, which Soul I think fails to convert more because of Maxi than because of the existence of full power branded. Remember, this was expected to be the third-ish best Dabble due to a strong tier limit matchup and proceeded to get about 2 tops ever. So we don't have Electromite, but I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't think it matters. I don't think there was any world in which this deck was going to be taken seriously. This one's really weird to me. Gipshy was like the way to play Sprite for a significant amount of time in the OCG, thanks in part to Avagitchi and Naramass. In the TCG, Sprite Elf was banned, which is a lot of the reason why the deck was playable in the first place, but I think there were a couple of events and weekends in which you could play the deck, and something similar to full power, and people just didn't. They just elected not to. They were like, I don't really want to pay 5,000 life points in order to make this guy. I think we are just too stupid to play Zephyr. Our excessive consumption of McDonald's has filled the part of our brain responsible for Zephyr combos with McNuggets. I'm pretty sure that if our pineal gland was not calcified, we could unlock the secrets of this deck. Old one says happiness, but Zombie Teledad, due to banlist plus release date differences, TCG did not have Brionic and Cardiff Safe Return at the same time, which was integral to the build's success in the OCG. The deck was relegated to being worse than standard Teledad here. I will be completely honest with you. Having played a significant amount of the Teledad format with Alex, I think Zombie Dad is one of the least explored decks in that format. It just feels so explosive. This one's crazy. It is wild. So, Ellie says, for some reason, in like non-consecutive formats, Pure Dragon Maid was a top 3 deck in the OCG, and has seen absolutely no success in the TCG besides a Chamber Splash and some Dragon Link Bruce. This one's wild. Again, another one of those decks where you can be like, oh, it plays nicely around Maxi, but I don't think it plays so nicely that it goes from being a top 3 deck to literally unplayable. Okay, this is the classic. Yes, Exodia FTK was busted in OCG from a couple of months in late 1999 to early 2000, because the way that Sandgate in which the Black Forest worked is they would trigger whenever they went to the graveyard, and not when they went to the graveyard from the field. And as a result, you could just kill your opponent turn 1 constantly.
10 block radius. I need a 3-floor house then.
00000. There were formats in which you would look at the top cut breakdown and it would just be a big picture of Sprite Blue. But in the TCG, I think capped out at 50% of top cuts and only went down from there. By the end of the format, it was clear that maybe Tier Limit was better before the release of the Ishizus. I legitimately think that the OCG just didn't experiment enough with alternative tier brews. The coolest deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, completely unplayable because 2 cards are banned. I will be completely honest with you. Good. We should definitely have kept Block Dragon banned. I do not want this shit to be playable. But wow, look at this fun, cool deck. Actually, it's really good that the deck whose power play is to hand loop you with Power Tool Dragon 2 is not legal. I think that's really awesome. Back in early 2011, when our window to the OCG format was Shriek, tournament reports of the OCG were filled with junk Doppel. Historically, the deck was a top contender for the TCG too, but due to various card pool differences, getting Librarian late, Tengu, the version running junk Synchron isn't it. True Draco Cosmo Malifaux. A couple of TD Malifaux stopped over here, but they were never as dominant. The Cosmo variants were completely unseen. I tried to make it work, but couldn't see the same success as the OCG. This is a pretty good one. Again, weird to be like a big combo deck like True Draco Malifaux Cosmo was more popular in a format where Maxi existed. But over here, yeah, we just couldn't get Metal Cosmo to take off. I remember playing at the Worlds that year, Regionals that year, and there were always people around the top tables who were trying to make it work, but just couldn't get it. It didn't really flop, per se. They don't have a ton of better examples that aren't like Earth Slurry. Infernoble was much stronger in the OCG than it was here, and the builds differed greatly. I still hold that X was the better combo starter by far. This list looks a lot different than what we played. don't recall too many people being on 3 Ogier. When they banned Kid Kalos, this was the best deck for 2 weeks. I remember the week that Kid Kalos got in, oh, thank goodness they posted it. Triberg took up 28% of the metagame. This deck is no longer played. Nothing changed. They just elected to stop playing this deck because it was actually not very good. Literal week one shit. Matthew Foster says, I get Heat Solo was released way later in the TCG, but it was always funny that this was like the third or fourth best deck for 2 years straight. Ugh. It literally looks like a 2013 deck. Like, this is how people were building windups. Half the deck is one card combos, and the rest is just traps. While Synchro Cat was good here, OCG Synchro Cat was very good at the same time as Dad. This is because they had Brio out, allowing for Cat, make Brio, remat to get back Cat, pre-mat, rinse and repeat. That's what we were trying to do in progression, and you all told I wish I was dead, he was a moron. Clearly the OCG isn't always as illustrative as we expected it will be, but I'm hoping that at least Rescue Ace is playable. Streamer, talk about how DDD is getting their structure deck very late, made the deck strong for only exactly 1 femtosecond. This is DDD was supposed to release the Zodiac. You can just fill in the blanks on this. You all know this one.
Oh shit. Yeah, I fucked up. Oh my god, I fucked up so badly. Yeah, note to self, I guess. Don't do that again.
it's come to my attention that some of y'all don't know how to link summon, and that is totally okay. Link summoning is that one summoning method with the blue pointy cards that both new and older players have frequent problems with, and I 100% know why. So fusion and ritual summoning are pretty much exactly how you remember them from the anime. Yeah, you can do it with one card now, and with materials from the deck, but conceptually, it's the same thing. Plus half the time, you're just making anime boss monster trademarked. Anyway, synchro summoning is a little different if you're an older player coming back, and some synchro monsters actually have more than 2 generic materials. But for whatever reason, Konami decided that most of the good ones were going to be generic 2 material synchros that any deck can bring out. Yeah, great idea, Konami. But luckily for new players, most of them, know how to do basic arithmetic with 2 numbers. XC summoning is pretty intuitive, and generally well liked by most players, and no one, and I mean no one, is confused about pendulums, because no one bothers learning it in the first place. But links, on the other hand, seem easy, but actually have a bunch of edge cases that I always see catching players off guard. So today, we're going to do a crash course on how to link and a quick overview of the potential issues you might have. If you're already a pro at linking, you can also just jump straight to the second part and see if you pass the quiz. Alright, let's go! For starters, let's see how Konami teaches link summoning. To the tutorials! What's the Master Duel one say? I put the monsters on the field. If I have 2 monsters on the field, I can send 2 monsters to the grave as material to link summon a Link 2 monster. If I instead want to summon a Link 3, I can either use 3 monsters, or to make things even cooler, instead of using 3 separate materials, I can treat a Link 2 monster as 2 materials for the Link summon, and only need 1 other monster, because 2 plus 1 is... hang on, wait. 3! Let's see, what about 2 links? Same thing? Yep, same thing. Alright, cool. That sounds simple enough, right? Right? Wrong! Konami lied to all of us. Is it technically that easy? Yeah, technically. But there's actually a few underlying rules that will throw a foot in your bike tire and ruin your link summoning adventure. So let's talk about what those are and how they'll ruin your life. Where you place link monsters is incredibly important. I cannot stress this enough. If you place them in the wrong places, not only will your monster be incredibly confused, but you can actually lock yourself out of link summoning certain monsters. And worse than that, your opponent is going to look at you like you're an idiot, if they don't already. Link monsters that are summoned from the extra deck can only be summoned to either your extra monster zone or a valid zone being pointed to by another Link monster. And that explanation doesn't tell you why it's important. So instead, let's play a game called Can I Summon Link Karibo? For those who don't know, Link Karibo is a round little Link 1 monster who Konami blames for the crimes of other decks. Still legal in Duel Links, by the way. The only thing you need to know is that Link Karibo can be summoned with any level 1 monster as material. Hey, let's use this one. Okay, from here on out, you can pause the video as needed. If you're on keyboard, easiest way is spacebar or the letter K. If you're on phone, you can just fuck and tap the screen. Here we go. Okay, how about this? Can I summon Link Karibo now? Should be easy. The answer is yes. There's a valid EMZ zone and I have the correct material. So I can summon Link Karibo with regular Karibo. How about now? Can I summon him now? The answer is no. No, one cannot. I've already taken up one EMZ with Blonde Girl here. I don't have a way to move her fat ass out of the way. And I can't take the other one because stealing the EMZ your opponent would use would be a dick move. And no, I'm not going to talk about U-links because those are dumb. And also we know how there is a link arrow pointing to a spot, but it's pointing to my opponent's side of the field. And before you ask, no, we can't start summoning monsters to their side because then we might have to risk putting our cards on their tinfoil non-anime girl game. we don't want that. Okay, last one. Can I summon Linkuriboh now?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. Actually, the answer is yes. Twice, because there's actually 2 spots that we can summon Linkuriboh. We can either summon him to the spot pointed to by our Link monster, or the spot pointed to by our opponents. Wow, cool! Did you get those right? I hope so, because we're now going to move on to the other confusing parts of links. Link summoning requires that the link ratings of the materials add up to exactly the link rating of the target. Exactly! Which is important because link monsters can only be treated as either their link rating or as a single monster for material, not numbers in between. To really cement this in, let's play another game. This one is called Can I Summon Firewall Dragon? Firewall Dragon is a Link 4 monster who loves sunsets, long walks on the beach, and preventing DDoS attacks. All you need to know is that he has summoning materials that are more lax than the security at your nearest Waffle House, requiring a mere 2 or more monsters. Okay, let's do this. Can I Link summon Firewall Dragon now? And the answer is yes. While 2 plus 3 does not equal 4, I shouldn't have to explain why. I can treat 2 as a single monster and treat the Link 3 as 3 monsters, putting me at a clean Link rating of 4. Okay, how about now? And the answer is no. No matter what combo of link ratings I use from these guys, 2 plus 5, 2 plus 1, 5 plus 1, or 1 plus 1, I can't get 4, and as a result, Firewall has to stay in the extra deck. Okay, how about now? The answer is yes, and once again, it's yes multiple times. You can either combine the 2 Link 2s into a Link 4, or you can treat 1 Link 2 as a Link 2, and the other 2 as single monsters, and turn your entire board into a single Firewall Dragon. And yes, you can use Firewall Dragon as part of the materials to make Firewall Dragon. Don't know why you would, but you can. So how about it? Did you get those right? No? Yes? Good. Let's do that last main point. Konami doesn't tell you this, but the link materials that are specified on the card are very important. There's a little line of text right here that tells you how many and what kind of monsters you need to make this link monster. Firewall.
Oh, I forgot to mark my new house.
Super lax requirements, requiring any combo of 2.
Well, I guess it kinda sticks out, so no big deal.
That's not true of all monsters. Link monsters can require materials from a number of different types of things.
But I have to remember to mark it.
Effect monsters, non-effect monsters, tokens, no tokens, at least 1 tuner, monsters of a certain type, or level, or attribute, monsters from a certain archetype, at least 1 monster from a certain archetype. This one's real common. And sometimes even getting as specific as monsters from the extra deck or monsters of the EMZ. But crazily enough, this is actually not the part that players have trouble with. The part where people run into problems is this number over here. Because what Konami doesn't tell you is that while a Link monster can be treated as its Link rating for a Link summon, it can't be treated as that many monsters. And no, those aren't the same things. And to figure out why, we're going to play one last game. This one is called Can I Summon Dark Fluid Dragon? Dark Fluid Dragon is a Link 5 monster, whose hobbies consist of counting corpses in the graveyard. Alright, you do you, Chief. But more importantly than that, has the summoning materials of 3 or more effect monsters. Okay, let's get started. Can I summon Dark Fluid Dragon now? And the answer is no. No, I cannot. Because while yes, this field does have a link rating of 5, they are not contained in at least 3 monsters. Okay, how about now? And the answer is no, No, I cannot, because once again, while there is a link rating of 5 on the field, Dark Fluid Dragon needs 3 effect monsters. And this one, fucking poser over here, isn't an effect monster, so it can't be used. Alright, last one. Be careful, this one's gonna be a little tricky. Can I summon him now? And the answer is yes. Yes, you can. But be careful. No matter what you do, you're gonna have to use this monster right here. While these 3 do total to a link 5, if we use these 3, there would be no valid zone to summon it. And as such, we're gonna have to either treat this as a link 3 and use any 2 of these as single monsters, or treat this as a link 2 and the other 3 as single monsters if, you want to trade your entire field for this weirdo. And just like that, congratulations, you passed. If you got a bunch wrong, how could you fail like that? Either way, you now know how to link summon. I hope for all our sakes that this clears up all of the edge cases more than the Konami tutorials do.
Summoning a link monster from your extra deck is called a battlefield.
And remember, if anyone tells you that link summoning is the easiest summoning method, you can go tell them to go fuck themselves. Thank you guys for watching. If you have any other suggestions, leave them in the comments. Sorry this video is so fucking crazy because I had a lot of work this week. Sounds like I have work every week, and I do, but some weeks are busier. And it sounds like sometimes they're busy every week, and that has been true. How did you know? Okay, bye. Have fun.
Ooh, a bundle. Wait, what? Ooh. Why are bundles allowed? Cool, we have 2 bundles. I think the bundle's a mod. That or I accidentally enabled the debug feature. Data pack. This'll be enough. Woo! Forgot about the pillagers. I want copper. I'll be sure to come to that floating island for some diamonds. Once I finish my house that have sustainable living. gonna need to build a bridge here. Let's build one right now. I forgot to grab water. I need to come up with a different way to keep myself warm indoors. Within this house. Set up a proper thingy made out of stone, I guess. Would be the solution. Although 22 degrees is pretty nice. It's a little unrealistic how cold the game is with how quickly it can reach -Celsius. Probably has something to do with the way Fahrenheit to Celsius conversion is handled. Most likely, the developer of the mod was an American. And as such, they have no idea how the superior system works, which is Kelvin. What the fuck? Holy shit, look at him. Yeah. Now we go to -2, which still doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. Does anyone else play this mod? Do they play on Fahrenheit? Does the temperature make sense over there. I am quite curious. I need a lot of rocks. And I do mean a lot. Hey, cool, we can sleep now, what the fuck? Cool, no more needing to fucking idle for 24 minutes straight.
Go! Mix and match! So, one of the first Pikmin challenge runs I ever did on this channel was trying to beat Pikmin 1 in the least amount of throws possible. At the time, for us, it was a really popular video. So shortly after it was released, I looked at doing the same for Pikmin 2. But while I was doing research for that video, I noticed something strange. No matter where or how hard I looked, I couldn't find
Actually, you know what? I should stop smelting the glass.
this challenge. Which is weird because there's
I might want to keep these for other things.
So I thought
You never
to myself, what's wrong with Pikmin 2? Well, after trying the challenge for myself, I found out. There's just too many throws. Hell, to complete the tutorial alone, you need 53 throws. 53. That's more than it takes to be Pikmin 1, 3, and 4 combined. And that's just the tutorial. If we went on to beat the entire game, it'd probably be easily over 100 throws, which is just too many. Like, a minimum throws challenge stops being interesting at that point. So, I gave up, closed the book on the challenge, and vowed to never return. At least, that was the story up until a couple weeks ago, when I redid my fewest throws challenge for Pikmin 1. With the knowledge I gained over an entire year of doing Pikmin challenges, I was able to bring my previous total of 35 throws all the way down to 3. And this got me thinking, can I do the same with Pikmin 2? With the knowledge I accrued over the past year, could I attempt the challenge again, and this time actually make it interesting? Well, yeah, the answer is yes. You know this. You've already seen the thumbnail. Guys, I've done it to 0. It takes 0 throws to beat Pikmin 2. And that can't be true. There's no way you could beat Pikmin 2 with only 0 throws. How could that even be possible? Well, dear viewer, come with me now as I take you on the week-long journey that was beating Pikmin 2 in the fewest throws possible. A journey that started off with over 100 throws and was brought down to the low number of 0. Guys, if you think the snitch bug is a scum bastard, please like this video. Thank you. Before we start, I want to first thank Grassdigger, Jay, Strongman Lynn, Nougat, Nightwolf,
Spadiver, and S-High with their help on this video. It would not have been possible without them, so
Cool.
please thank them in the comments. Okay, so I'm gonna be real honest with you guys. Beating Pikmin 2 with 0 throws is
Since the max stack is 99, it's actually a little
a
crazy.
human being could ever endure. So, to keep this video actually interesting, and to keep my mental health from declining even further, we're gonna beat this game in a slightly different way. Unfortunately, it is gonna involve more throws than 0, but I promise you, it'll be way more interesting. Then, once we're finished, I'll go over just how to beat Pikmin 2 with 0 throws. Sound good? Okay. So, before we start though, let me quickly go over some rules we're gonna have in this first run. Basically, there's only 2. We can't pay off the debt by farming enemy bodies, and the challenge ends as soon as we pay off the debt. Other than that, anything else goes. So with that being said, let's get into the challenge. So like I mentioned at the start of the video, escaping Pikmin 2's tutorial takes 53 throws, which is obviously a lot, so let's quickly go over how we get to this many in such a short amount of time. The goal of Pikmin 2's tutorial is to make it to the Emergence Cave, grow purple Pikmin, and grab the Spherical Atlas, which will unlock the Awakening Wood and allow you to progress further into the game. To actually do this though, we need to crush these 2 beds, which unfortunately for us is done by throwing Pikmin on them. You need 15 Pikmin to crush this one, and 35 to crush the other. So right there, that's already 50 throws. You also need 2 more to get these pellets up here on this ledge, which you have to get to grow the 15 Pikmin needed to crush the bag in the first place. Finally, you need to use 1 throw to grow a single purple Pikmin, so you can bring the Spherical Atlas back to the ship. Since the Spherical Atlas needs 101 Pikmin to carry it, and the maximum amount of Pikmin you can have out at once is 100, you need the extra carry strength that single purple Pikmin provides to carry the part back. So, that's it.
I need to start practicing my breakfall.
Throws we need to complete Pikmin 2's tutorial. This number is unfortunately set in stone, and cannot be reduced in any way. Which is obviously a lie, because we're about to break this game wide open and reduce that number by more than half. The first thing we have to do is start a new file, and once we land in the Valley of Repose, we need to whistle a single Pikmin. We can then bring him over to this corner here, and if we hold on to him and turn Olimar 180 degrees, we can throw him out of bounds. Now, we can whistle the Pikmin, and if we walk over here, he'll follow us and fall off into the void, which will cause a Pikmin extinction and end day 1 without us having to collect the battery, which is normally the only way you can end day 1. Next, we want to start day 2 and instantly go kill the Bulborb, who you're supposed to kill on day 1. Once the spirit rises up, we want to pause the game and quickly end the day. All of this is to set up a glitch called Cutscene Timer Storage. Basically, when you kill this Bulborb, a timer starts. When that timer goes off, this cutscene saying that the ship has established a link with Louie will play, which then allows the player to swap to Louie and start building their Pikmin army. Which is actually what we want to do, but we also can't kill this Bulborb because we're going to need him later. Thankfully, this timer doesn't just apply to the save file we're playing on. It applies to every save file. So when we end the day, we can hit start over from last save, start a new save file, and once we land in the Valley of Repose, the timer will go off and the cutscene will play, allowing us to swap to Louie without having to kill this Bulborb, which for reasons you'll see soon is absolutely crucial. Now we can grow our Pikmin and actually save a throw with these 2 pellets by using the whistle and the C-stick to manipulate our Pikmin in such a way that he pushes both pellets off at the same time. Now that we have our 16 Pikmin, we can throw 15 of them on this bag and crush it, bringing our total number of throws so far to 17. Since the bag is now broken, the next thing the game wants us to do is kill the Bulborb so we can make 20 Pikmin, bring back the battery to end day 1, come back on day 2, grow some more Pikmin, and use 35 throws to crush this bag so we can make our way to the Emergence Cave. But we're not going to do that, because that's a lot of throws, and we worked really hard to keep this Bulborb alive, so we're gonna make good use of him. And by make good use of him, I mean we're gonna use him to do one of the hardest tricks in the game, the Bulborb jump. Basically, if we stand in between the Bulborb and this wall, there's a chance the Bulborb will push Olimar up on the ledge when he goes to
Where's
fight
my
him.
gravel?
And when I say a chance, I mean a very low chance. I mentioned this in a previous video, but the Pikmin wiki states this trick is incredibly precise and will likely take thousands of attempts. So, yeah, it's hard. So hard, in fact, that I couldn't even do it. I had to use a moon jump cheat instead. But just know that it is possible. I'm just bad. Now that we're up here, though, we can throw a single Pikmin up there as well and make use of something I didn't mention earlier. When I was growing the Pikmin with Louie, I left one in the ground so it could grow into a bulb Pikmin. Which may not seem like much until you realize Pikmin 2 has a hidden mechanic
Not part of
that allows you
yyyy.
to swap
Fuck.
between different Pikmin types. And that includes leaf, bulb, and flower Pikmin. So, if we throw the bulb Pikmin up on the ledge, then hold it with the A button, we can press left or right on the D-pad and swap between different types. Since the other Pikmin we have are leaves, we're able to swap to them. And if we do it close enough to the edge, the leaf Pikmin will just appear in Olimar's hands. Meaning, we can get all of our Pikmin up here with just one throw, bringing our total number of throws to 18. And don't worry, even though we have to grab onto them to make this trick work, we don't actually have to throw them. We can just walk into the water with them still in our hands, and they'll come loose without us ever actually having to throw them. Which means we can now make our way to the emergence cave with all of our Pikmin with only a single throw. Now, this trick is pretty cool, but what if I told you we could do it even better? Because literally, as I'm writing this script, Grassdigger from the Pikmin Speedrun Discord messaged me saying he can get to the emergence cave in 0 throws. With a trick I don't think actually has a name, but I'm gonna call idle canceling. But before I explain what the trick is, let me give some backstory first. So, before I knew about the swapping trick I just showed off, my original plan was to Bulborb jump up on the ledge, then whistle my Pikmin, and quickly run into the cave before they left my party. Any Pikmin still in Olimar's party when he enters the cave will follow him in. So I thought, as long as I could get there quickly enough, I could get all my Pikmin in the cave without any throws. But this never worked. As soon as I passed a certain point, the Pikmin would always leave my party. But this is where the idle cancel comes in. Basically, when I passed that certain point, my Pikmin would switch from being in my party to an idle state, which made sure I never had them when I reached the cave. But there are certain things in this game that can delay a Pikmin's transition to this idle state. Things like nectar, spicy spray, and yes, even Bulborbs. Specifically, when a Bulborb shakes a Pikmin off. When Pikmin are in the shaken off state, their transition to becoming idle gets delayed. So theoretically, if we can get this Bulborb to shake Pikmin off right as we get to that certain point where a Pikmin left our party, we can delay them long enough so that they'd still be with us when we entered the cave. Which is exactly what Grassdigger does. He puts Olimar right before the spot where the Pikmin go idle, then swaps back to Louie and starts punching this Bulborb while he slowly pushes it towards his Pikmin. Punching it like this will get it to shake, and as soon as it does, he swaps back to Olimar and runs towards the cave. Normally, this would cause the Pikmin to go idle, but since they're in this shaken off state, they stay in his party and he's able to enter the cave with 2 Pikmin. Meaning, we can get to the cave with 0 throws, which means our total now drops back to 17. Now, you're probably thinking, what exactly are we going to do with only 2 Pikmin in the emergence cave? Well, we're going to turn them into purples. We need exactly 4 purples to break down the 35-way bag that leads to the cave. Which means, unfortunately, we're going to have to do this twice. So yeah, I used 2 throws to turn 2 reds into purples, leave the cave, do the trick again, use 2 more throws, then use 4 to break down the big bag, for a total of 8. That may seem like a lot, but considering it normally takes 35 throws to break down this bag, I'd say it's pretty good. Unfortunately though, it does bring our total to 25 now. But on the bright side, now that the bag is down, we have full access to the emergence cave, which means we can farm up a bunch of red Pikmin, and combined with our 4 purples, we have just enough to carry the spherical atlas home, escaping the tutorial with only 25 throws. Less than half of the 53 the game intends us to use. Now, if this seems really complicated and confusing, it's because it is. It took me and the guys from the Pikmin Speedrunning Discord hours to theorycraft this. We actually had a bunch of ideas to get the amount of throws even lower, but unfortunately, they just didn't work. The first one we thought of was to get the 5 Pikmin that are with Olimar on day 1 into the Emergence Cave by using the Bulborb Jump and the Idle Cancel trick. Then turn 2 of them into purples and use them to break down the 15 weight bag, which would only take 2 throws instead of the normal 15. But unfortunately, this bag is very important. Breaking down this bag sets off a trigger that allows enemies to do damage to Olimar and his
It's
Pikmin.
a big ass square,
If we enter
baby.
the cave without breaking the bag down, the enemies just can't damage us, which is really unfortunate because guess what? Purple candy pop buds count as enemies. So when we try to throw Pikmin in them, they literally just bounce off because they can't do damage to us yet. Which means we can't make purples until we break down this bag. So obviously that idea was scrapped. The other one we thought of was to do everything the exact same, but instead of making 4 purples, we would only make 1. Then farm up 91 reds, use the swapping method to get them all in the cave, and then grab the spherical atlas, which would save us 5 throws in total, but this also didn't work. Without breaking down this bag, you can only farm up 38 Pikmin
Honestly, I
on
don't
day 2.
think a third floor
And if
is
you think you can just
necessary.
come back on day 3 and farm up some more, you'd be wrong. Because this Bulborb that we fought so hard to keep alive disappears on day 3. Meaning, we couldn't do the Bulborb jump, which basically destroys this whole thing.
Well,
So
I can make a
as of right
terrace,
now,
I guess.
it seems like 25 is the absolute lowest you need to escape the
The
tutorial.
square's got to
Which may
feel
seem like
homely
a lot,
somehow.
But don't worry, because things get a lot better from here on out. To show you what I mean, let's continue on with the challenge. The next thing the game wants us to do is head to the Hole of Beasts and collect every treasure inside the cave, which is exactly what we do. The only thing blocking our access to the cave is this wall, which we can easily break down without throws. Then we enter the cave and collect every treasure because they're all just sitting on the ground waiting for us. You don't even need throws for the Emperor's Bulblats, you can actually just swarm her sides and kill her that way. Next, we're supposed to break down this 200 weight bag, head to the White Flower Garden, get white Pikmin, use them to break down this wall, then grab the Geographic Projection, which unlocks the game's third world, the Perplexing Pool. Obviously though, we can't do any of that, because
What the
that's
fuck?
a shit ton of throws we cannot afford to use. But what we can do is use this Creeping Chrysanthemum to knock Olimar up on this ledge, walk around the 200 weight bag, whistle our Pikmin, then head into the cave, getting us into the White Flower Garden with 0 throws. Unfortunately though, to get a lot of the treasure in the White Flower Garden, throws are gonna be needed. Like this gem here needs throws to get Pikmin over this tiny ledge. I thought maybe we could use the Blowhog to throw Pikmin far enough to reach it, but because of where it was, it just wasn't working. I lure him closer to the treasure, but he never wanted to follow me, so we're gonna have to leave this one behind. Unfortunately, though, this is gonna be a recurring theme throughout this
The
entire
hell's a
game,
sconce?
because to get most of the treasures in White Flower Garden, you need white Pikmin. And to get white Pikmin, you need to use throws, which we can't do. So, treasures that are buried or stuck behind poison geysers are going to be off limits to us for the entire run because we don't have whites. There are ways to break poison geysers without white Pikmin, but they involve either using bombs or throwing. Both are things we can't do while in the White Flower Garden, so symbols 3 and 4 are a complete wash. Thankfully, Civil War 5 is a bit better, as we can kill the Snagger the same way we did in Pikmin 1 by waiting for it to get stuck and swarming its head with all of our Pikmin. Which is actually very important because the Snagger drops one of the most broken items in the game, the 5-man knapsack. I'll explain why it's so broken in a bit, but if you've seen any of my Pikmin 2 videos, you probably already know. But yeah, collecting only 3 treasures while in the White Flower Garden, which is not a good sign for the rest of the run. What's also not a good sign is that since we don't have white Pikmin, we can't break down the wall leading to the geographic projection. This wall is the only way to the treasure, and since we can't break it down, we're pretty much out of luck. Or, at least we would be if there wasn't a super complex and convoluted way around it. If you've seen my previous Pikmin 2 videos, you probably know we can use the Creeping Chrysanthemum here to get to the second half of the Awakening Wood without having to break down this poison wall. To actually do this skip, you need to throw one Pikmin up on this ledge to actually wake up the Chrysanthemum. But since this is a minimum throws run, we can't do that. There is another trick that will get us up here, but we need yellow Pikmin to do it. If we lie down by this wall with a 5-man knapsack, yellow Pikmin will carry us right up on the ledge. This is because the path the yellow Pikmin take to get Olimar back to their onion just happens to bring them up here. But since the red onion is located in a different spot, it doesn't work quite the same. The problem is, we can't unlock yellow Pikmin until we get to the perplexing pool, which we need the geographic projection to unlock, the very treasure we're trying to get. We could unlock blue Pikmin because they're right here in the Awakening Wood, but we would need yellow Pikmin to do that, because they're stuck behind an electric fence. And even if we did, the trick doesn't work with blue Pikmin anyways, so we're stuck. Or we would be if I wasn't a filthy liar. Because we can unlock blue Pikmin without yellows, and they can be used for this trick. It's just, it only works at a very specific time. But before we get into that, let's first unlock the blue Pikmin. To do this, we have to perform a trick called Early Blues, which involves getting Olimar on this ledge with a 5-man knapsack, placing him on one of these scales, then throwing one Pikmin at the poison wall and the other at the opposite scale. This will cause the scale to rise and a cutscene to play telling you that your Pikmin has been poisoned. Having these two things happen in tandem just happens to clip Olimar through the scale. Now that that's happened, we can walk out of bounds until we reach this spot here. Then we can walk towards our blue Pikmin, use a knapsack as we fall off into the void, which will then teleport us right beside our blues. If you didn't notice, that took 2 throws to do, but we can actually do it in 0. If we bring Louie up here as well, we can actually get him to step on the scale and use a spicy spray. Just like with the poison wall, the spicy spray causes a cutscene to get played, and since we stepped on the scale with Louie, it rises at the same time, which gives us the exact same result, just with 2 fewer throws. We now need to whistle the blue Pikmin to unlock them, swap back to Louie, and take this little shortcut so we don't have to use 2 throws for the scales, then make our way over to the wall. And this is where things get interesting. We could now use a blue Pikmin to perform the trick, but since we never broke down the electric gate, we actually can't get blue Pikmin out of there. You would think we could just end the day and come back tomorrow because the blue onion would spawn back at base, and we could just get our blues from there. But this trick only works with blue Pikmin if we unlock them and their onion is still in the original spot. If it moves back to our base, the trick no longer works. So, how are we gonna do this? We can't get blue Pikmin over here when the onion's in the correct spot. There's no Pikmin type that can bring us to the blue onion when it's over there. Except, there it is. One
Gee,
thing that people might not be aware of is that since purple and white Pikmin don't have onions themselves, when they take stuff back to base, they choose an onion at random. Which means if we take purple Pikmin by this wall, and they choose to take us to the blue onion, they will take us right up the ledge. getting us to the second half of the Awakening Wood without having to break down the poison wall, and more importantly,
This is bright enough.
but
I still ended up having to place down torches
the blue onion will move
on
to
the
our
floor.
base, and we'll have no way back up here. There is a shortcut back to base that's created when you build this
Oh
bridge
well.
here, but to do that,
Potentially I can hide
that
these with
bridge and
carpets.
another one with only 3
Carpet.
purple pigmen, with
Carpet.
less than half the day left.
Check it out
It's gonna
on
be
the house.
close.
Like
It
carpet.
actually wasn't that close.
Carpet.
I actually had quite a bit of time to spare. All I had to do was take my Pikmin in the water here, whistle them to the other side, build this bridge, then build the other one. I thought it would take forever since I was only using 3 Pikmin, but thanks to a glitch in this version of the game that causes every section of the bridge after the first section to complete instantly, we were able to do it in no time at all. This was actually in the Switch re-release of the game, so it might not be possible in that version. I actually learned about this in a video by Random Game Critic, which is criminally underviewed, by the way, so if you like Pikmin challenge runs, go check it out. But yeah, with the bridge now complete, we can come back the next day and collect the geographic projection of
Jesus
the
Christ.
pool for us.
Stop that.
The first thing we need to
Fuck.
do in the perplexing pool is unlock yellow Pikmin. Which you'd think would be a problem because we don't have whites and they're guarded by this poison wall. But it's actually not. We can just use our good old friend the knapsack to get up on this log, then drop down and whistle our yellow boys. Now that we have our yellows, we can enter the Citadel Spiders and sweep through the cave, collecting every treasure except for the diamond buried up on this ledge and the key that resides inside Beady Longlegs. Just like in Pikmin 1, we can't damage him without throws. But unlike in Pikmin 1, we don't need the treasure that he holds, so we can just leave. After that, we head to the shower room, Blood's kitchen, and submerge castle, and collect every treasure that doesn't involve throwing. There wasn't a ton of these, but there was treasures like the weed leaf in the shower room and the confection hoop in the submerged castle, which were just too high to get without throws. I also couldn't kill any of the bosses in these 3 caves. The water wraith can only be killed with purples, and I couldn't get any purples in the cave because I can't use throws. The Raging Bloodster can only be hurt by damaging its tail, which we obviously need throws for. And since I couldn't use throws to flip over these beetles, there just wasn't enough things for the giant redbud to carry back to the ship, so I couldn't kill him either. And now that I'm writing the script, I realize that I'm just stupid and could have used a bitter spray to kill him like I did in my one-shot video, but whatever, it's fine. After that, to the pose and did the exact same thing. Going through both caves there and collecting every treasure I could. And hey, I even managed to kill a boss. It was just the Emperor's Ballblats again, but still, it's a win. Unfortunately though, I couldn't kill the man at legs. Even though you can damage it before it stands up, you just can't do enough. Even with spicy sprays and almost 100 Pikmin. You also can't spray it until it's fully standing up, which obviously doesn't help us. So, unfortunately, we had to leave the cave without the boss treasure, but we did end up collecting 1,000 Pokos for a trouble, which now left us at 7,500 Pokos in total. And with only 2 caves remaining, I was thinking that maybe paying off the debt just wasn't gonna happen. Especially since one of the caves, the Stagger's Hole, was still stuck behind this poison bridge. And since the Blue Onion had moved from its original position, we had no way up there without using throws. But that's a problem for future us. For now, let's head to the other cave that's still available, the Bulblat's Kingdom. For the most part, the Bulblat's Kingdom is more of the same. We get most of the treasures there, but there are some that are simply out of reach or buried underground that we can't get. Where things get interesting though is on the last floor, specifically the fight against the Emperor. Normally this guy is a complete joke, but without throws, he's actually really hard. For some reason, unlike his counterpart in Pikmin 1, you can't swarm him and damage his feet. They are completely invulnerable, or at least they are like 90% of the time. Weirdly enough, when the Emperor eats Pikmin, he can sometimes be damaged. And when he jumps in the air, he can really be damaged. But unfortunately, this doesn't really help us out, because to actually do damage, the Pikmin have to stay under his feet for so long that it's basically a suicide mission. If I had maybe like 400 Pikmin, this might be possible, but I would burn through my Pikmin so fast and do such a small amount of damage. This was the closest I got, around half HP, and obviously, that's not gonna. So, I tried the last option I had. The last hope of defeating this absolute Goliath, the Bitter Spray. And it didn't work. Yep, Pikmin just do no damage to him while he's Bitter Sprayed. Isn't that awesome? Finding this out sent me into a rage, which caused me to just run at the Emperor and start swinging. And what happened after that honestly shocked me. It did damage. For some reason, when the Emperor Bulblats is Bitter Sprayed, Pikmin can't hurt him, but Olimar and Louie can. The problem is, they don't damage him a lot. In fact, it's barely at all. So, I gave myself infinite Bitter Sprays to see if doing this was even possible.
The centaur scared me.
It is. It just takes 32 Bitter Sprays to actually do it.
Oh god. I don't think Minecraft will ever be not scary for me.
The Dragon Bus can also be attained with 0 throws. Even though it looks like
Trauma is in large part a reason why I don't play Minecraft as often as somebody probably would who likes this game just as much as I do.
Last Kingdom now done, we only have 1,500 Pokos remaining
I
to pay
find
off the debt.
the experience of playing this game to be very scary.
To the Sanger Hole, you need to break down this poison bridge. But since we don't have white Pikmin, we can't do that. Since we have yellows though, we can get up to Olimar and Louie using the same skip as before. But we can't get the Pikmin up there as well. At least, that's what I thought at first. Then I remembered a secret hidden mechanic in Pikmin 2. A mechanic so amazing, so incredible, that I can't believe I ever forgot it. Blue Pikmin lifeguards, baby! Yeah, if we just leave our blue Pikmin in the water here, and drown our other Pikmin near them, they'll just throw them by the Sanger Hole for us. Now we can whistle our blues and enter the cave, and all of our Pikmin will be with us. Which allows us to swim through the cave, collecting almost every treasure and kill the boss, no problem. After the cave, I used the same trick again to nab ourselves a strawberry, which left us with a little over 100 Pokos remaining. And I knew exactly where to grab those last 100 Pokos. It was a treasure that ended off my blue-only run in the most epic way possible. No, yeah, it wasn't even close to as cool as before. We basically just used our blue Pikmin lifeguards to throw yellows over the wall and got them to break down the fence. That was it. But yeah, with the Ringulid collected, we had paid off the debt with only 25 throws. Aside from the tutorial, we didn't need any extra throws to beat the game, which is honestly kind of cool, but also really annoying. If only there was some way to skip using throws in the tutorial. It's literally the only point in the game where you need to use throws. So, if we could do that, we could beat Pikmin 2 with 0. Well, as it turns out...
You know, I forgot to change a lot of game rules. I was gonna change a lot of game rules.
At the start of the video, it's so horrible that no human being should ever...
I think fire tick should just be permanently set to false. I don't like fire... I don't like fire spreading.
Cause a Pikmin extension, then on day 2, kill the Bulborb and pause the game as its spirit rises up. Then end the day and start a new file. We're not counting the throw on day 1 because it's technically on a different file. But yeah, on the new file, whistle your Pikmin, then perform a Bulborb jump to get up on the ledge. Now we need to perform an item cancel with the Bulborb to get at least 3 Pikmin in the cave. Which is a lot easier on this file because the bag hasn't been crushed yet. which means the Bulborb can't hurt our Pikmin. So we don't need to do the whole thing where we punch the Bulborb with Louis. We can just lure him by the
Infinite
Pikmin
lava
and
by
allow us to
default.
initiate off.
That's one
We
of the most
also need to
important
get
ones for
at
me.
least 3 Pikmin in the cave because it takes 3 Pikmin to carry a Dwarf Bulborb, which is exactly what we're going to be farming for Pokos. There are 11 Dwarf Bulborbs in the Emergence Cave, which go for 2 Pokos each. So if we farm every one of them, we'll get 22 Pokos every time we enter the cave. Which means to pay off the debt, we would have to do this 455 times. Not only would this take forever doing this with just 3 Pikmin, but it means you would have to do the hardest trip in Pikmin 2 455 times. Which is honestly something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. A speedrunner by the name of Zach the Pillow did a speedrun of Pikmin 2 where he paid off the debt using only Dwarf Bulborbs. It took him almost 24 hours to do it. And while he was doing this, he was able to run past the cave like a normal person. Doing it with the Bulborb jump would take hundreds of hours, not just 24. It would be the most painful and tedious challenge all of gaming. It is technically possible.
I can add some exterior decorations to make this less than just a simple square.
But it did.
But,
I didn't need to give myself the max amount of Pokeballs on day one, and as soon as I landed, the game just ended. So clearly, there's no prerequisite for paying off the debt. You just need 10,000 Pokos, which we can get. There's infinite time on day one, and since we're never gonna crush the bag, it means enemies can't hurt us. So there's almost no way to actually fail. The only caveat to the whole plan is that after you leave the cave for the first time, Olimar will be unable to interact with the Pikmin. The good news is that you can still use Louis, but the bad news is that nobody has ever performed a Bulborb jump with Louis. So, if for some reason Louis couldn't Bulborb jump, then this plan wouldn't work. But there's no reason he shouldn't be able to, so in theory, it should be fine. But yeah, if someone wants to attempt this, if they want to become a living Pikmin legend, be my guest. I would do it myself, but I actually value my mental health. This video was made possible through the support of our amazing patrons. I want to give a special shout out to Rebecca Lyons, Blake Burger, Puddles Megan, Vienna Helt, and Coinboy13.
maybe I should set up some rooms rather than just have this be one big block. Eh, like big spacious places. For what it's worth, it's a good looking square. Oops. You have to admit, right? I'm going to need more wood. Yeah, why not? Let's segment. Let's segmentize. Make a use for all these extra doors we have.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka Jumbo Josh, and we are back with another Twitter thread. Today we're talking about powerful cards. There's about 11,000 legal cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, and a lot of them are actually good. That said, decks can only have 40 cards individually, and with a whole bunch of 3-ups, there's probably only about a pool of about 1,000 cards total that individuals are willing to play. As a result, a lot of extremely powerful cards never see any play at all. Today we're going to be looking at some of those, and I've begun with a card that I am dumbfounded, never saw any sort of success, Titano Cider. Up first, I got merch. Looking to dress to impress for your locals, the fine folks at Pyramid and I have worked tirelessly to actualize real designs cooked up by the MBT chat. Wait, where are you going? If you watch this up-thon, you know that we designed about a dozen shirts of all time on stream, and a few of them are now available for purchase. We've got the Broke Boy Dueling Club tee, the Chainlink 6 tee, the Reborn Toad tee. And for those of you that like Yu-Gi-Oh! Merch but won't be avoided outside without dying of embarrassment, we've got the Reborn Toad embroidered hoodie as well. Pyramid uses high-quality material for all of their merch, so it's built to last even when you're taking a beating at locals. Their Main Street tees use a thick polycotton blend that's as comfy as it is durable. These will be for pre-order for a couple more days, and then they are gone forever. Until September, when we'll be doing a back-to-school line with more designs from the stream. But if you want to be the first to grab them, this is your chance. Links in the description. Now back to the video. This is a trap card that can target a face-up monster your opponent controls that was special summoned from the extra deck. Change its attack to 0, and if you do, negate its effects. If your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck while it's in the graveyard, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, you can set this card. It's almost a strictly better Lost Wind, but for some reason, it never saw the success that Lost Wind did. It's just a little bit too slow, and a little too low of a payoff. During the time of trap cards basically have to read you win the game, if you even consider them. So let's see what you all came up with. Lazy says, I'm extremely fond of Tiamaton's design as a card. It saw some very niche play on release, though in practice the card never had a true place to call home. Locking the whole column is potentially nuts as well. You can lock out the EMC, but it's just not accessible enough. On release, this card is expected to be extremely powerful. It's very easy to set up its condition, having 3 or more cards in the same column. You don't have to summon to the column in which there are 3 or more cards, and being able to lock out an opponent's EMC after setting up yourself does sound extremely powerful, but in practice, it was a lot less powerful when it was stapled to a monster. Spenstar has a pretty good point. Post Errata Firewall Dragon. He's still got the sauce. It's a multi-bounce, it's extension, it's a generic link for it. I don't know why no one put it in their endboard since it got the errata. I would have to agree. I think it has to be a very specific deck that takes advantage of it, something like Code Talker, but unfortunately that deck isn't particularly powerful. I can imagine a conceivable Cyberse deck in the future that would integrate this as part of their endboard, but for
Malice.
Now, yeah, it seems absolutely zero play in anything. Warning point.
Malice, baby.
Summoned that turn, face-up monster cannot attack. Its effects are negated and can be used as material for a fusion, synchro, or link summon. This one has
Malice is using it right now.
issues that are frustrating, but importantly, is still very powerful. In fact, this is the most played trap in Duel Links right now. And Blizzard is such a weird one. Everyone always theories out this card is extremely powerful, and I didn't see a ton of play in Voice. Target a face-up spell your opponent controls. This turn, negate the activated effects of that spell and all spells on the field with the same original name. If the target card would be sent to the opponent's graveyard, this turn is added to their hand instead. This has a lot of good interactions against very specific spells, but in practice it's just a little more narrow than it would need to be to see considerable play. I always think this about Penalty Game. Great post Scarlon. One of the very few times I'll say that. When your opponent has 4 cards in their hand, activate one of these effects, your opponent can't draw during the next draw phase, or your opponent cannot activate spell traps this turn. It's like an EEV that does both, and also all they need is to have 4 cards. So you just wait for them to play 1 or 2, and fire off. Giant Skyhawk says there are a ton of normal trap cards that fit this bill. Seems like a hard design space to make well. Get Out is a perfect example. Target 2 monsters your opponent controls that were special summoned from the extra deck, shuffle them into the deck. I mean, that's incredible. That's like super crazy. Ava says, this may change post-Dune, but I can't believe Geist received a card as solid as poop, and yet it hardly did anything. Yeah, Doug was talking about how this could theoretically revitalize Geist to transform it into a link-climbing build, and unfortunately, none of that ever manifested. I wish I was dead with maybe the best answer in the thread. For me, it's always going to be this card. Released days before Duelist Alliance had this been in any previous format, it would have been a format warper. If you released Supply Squad 6 months earlier, we would think about it the way we think about Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning. It is an incredibly powerful card in any game in which you are fighting for pluses. Guy says, I think Underdog deserves a shout. Yeah, when this came out, I know a lot of people were hyped about it. It was a one-sided skill drain, depending on whose turn it was, a prime mechanic to try and exploit. However, it really never found a good home for any deck to really take advantage of it. I could see Underdog being a card like Tyrant's Throws, where conceivably there's a deck that will come out in the next couple of years that will be able to make use of it, but for the moment it is really not exciting. This card was meant to beat Dragoon. It was a TCG exclusive. It said send a monster your opponent controls that was special summoned from the extra deck to the graveyard. Then your opponent gains life points equal to the original attack or defense of that monster. Just an all-around great removal spell. A couple of decades too late for removal spells to matter. Rush Duel 1. Pot of Greed would seem like it'd see a lot of play in your Rush Duel deck. Well, no, as you'll 99% of the time prefer Dark Hole or Graceful Charity to this thing. That's because Rush Duel operates on a different axis. You draw up to 5 cards every turn, and one of the worst possible things that can happen to you in Rush Duel is you get caught on too many cards at hand at the end of your turn. You want to be drawing like as many as you can every single turn, so a card that draws you more cards and eventually turns off the ability to draw next turn is really bad. Especially when discarding is so valuable and Graceful Charity exists in this format. Heavenly Zephyr Miradora is a weird one. It's like an effect veiler that's also a body on board. The problem with it is that it has a really ridiculous activation requirement, but Konami thought that people were going to play this. Like, this has a Starlight. Correct. Yeah, Arm Dragon Flash was kind of expected to be quick launches 4, 5, and 6 for Dragon Link at release, but people just decided they didn't want to do it. They said, no, the difference between getting a Rocket Tracer and getting an Armed Dragon level 3 is too ridiculous. I want Pisty, but I don't want that bad. Definitely Z-Lands. Everyone local saw the 1+ effect man's monster material cost and lost their minds. I guess it does see a fair amount of play right now in Maricess, which is like the 10th best deck, in which it has a really weird interaction where you get waterlocked and then activate its effect, and then you can't special summon back the monsters that you benched. But everyone expected this was just going to be an auto-include in every single deck. They'd be like, no, you're going to go access code, then Z-Lantis. And it's like, you're telling me the board isn't going to be clear after we make access code? I think this card's lack of tops has nothing to do with the card. I think the card's incredibly powerful in a vacuum. I think Tri-Brigade is just too weak. This is a Jesse Cotton innovation, and he bears full responsibility for this, but GCD is completely right. When my opponent goes for help, I will use this and summon out the Water Barrier statue, and other statements streamed up by the utterly deranged. Draco Utopian Aura was a really cool card that I was excited to see play. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, negate the activation, destroy the card, then you can banish a monster from your hand, and if you do special the monster that was destroyed, but negate its effects. It was like a solemn strike that maybe also plus you by filtering a bad card from your hand into a cool card from your opponent's side of the field. On paper it sounded good, but in paper it was kind of middling. We already have 3 strike and 3 judgment available. Why would you want to play the 9th negation counter trap? And the little bonus effect unfortunately just doesn't come up enough to warrant playing it over one of the more flexible solemn cards. Assault Synchron was expected to be like immediately playable in a ton of decks. But it's not. And that's because we are missing exactly Chaotic Ruler, which makes it a lot harder to access the combo lines that this card enables. That said, I do think it will find a home. People are tinkering
Wait, is this
with it in
using up
Dragon
durability?
Link, and it's probably good.
Oh my god, it is.
I mean, this is
Fuck.
a lot of power to have in one individual card. When this card was first revealed, I was afraid that people were going to try to force it into a bunch of different decks. It's basically Vanity's emptiness, but completely one-sided. Unfortunately, I think there probably will be a home for it in the future. I think the OCG is tinkering with something now. I just hope that we never figure it out. Overload, right? I think Skyhawk is tinkering with this. When your opponent special summons a monster, quick effect, negate the special summon, destroy that monster, then destroy this card or a rocket monster you control. If it's in your graveyard, you can target a Boral or a rocket monster to destroy a card you control or in your hand, add that target to your hand. I mean, it's just an incredible extender for decks that want to destroy things. It's interruption. It's really strong, but it's blue. Yeah, this is a strange one. I remember when this card came out, people were like, "Oh yeah." So there's the Ghost Girls, and then there's like the off Ghost Girls that are like the kind of bad hand traps, and this is one of those. Red Blossoms from Underroot. If this card is in your hand, you can target a spell trap in each graveyard, banish them, then special summon this card. You contribute it to target a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link in either graveyard, banish it, and if you do, special summon a monster from your graveyard with a different monster card type from that target. This card's like okay, but unfortunately it requires a very specific set of decks to be playable in order to hit the sweet spot, and we've not seen it yet. I would love to see this card get played. Made to order Mermaid Outfitter says target a card in your opponent's graveyard, banish it, then add one card from your deck to your hand with the same name as that banished card. It's like a really good tool for interrupting an opponent and being able to plus and just winning the game in the mirror. I gotta say, I finally see why we are so terrible at assessing which cards are going to be good and bad upon first read. It's because many of you can't read at all. Just look at the answers to the prompt.
Nah.
There's no way people think this, right? This card saw months of play. You all seen seals before? Where are these people coming from? No. This card sees a ton of play in like the fourth best deck. Libero has double digits of tops.
It does?
Tasmay has a really decent effect and saw play in meta on release, then why is it in the thread? No! So, answer a completely different question. I wish these had been released later. Didn't ask you that. I asked you which ones didn't see any play. Not which ones were released too early, not which ones were released too late. This is a different thread. Go to a different thread. Make your own thread. You don't need to be in here. How? Going the opposite direction. Out of the thread.
As it were, since I carried you on my back, as I recall, all the way to Mythic in Standard, you owe me a little video adventure. Are you double Mythic yet, by the way?
I hit double Mythic last night, actually. So, I'm double Mythic for the first time ever.
Yep. Gonna put big wow fireworks. Congratulations, that is amazing. You basically then, you must know everything there is to know about Magic.
Yeah, give or take a few things here and there. I know most things, yeah.
And what do you know about this salty game I've been playing? Because you see, you said you might know something.
So, I'll tell you what I do know.
Okay.
Quick question, am I allowed to cuss?
Yes.
Okay, I heard about this bitch named Raven talking shit about me. People came into my chat, they were like, Raven, you in CGB's last video. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They're like, they were rating salty cards or something, and Raren dissed you. And that's what I know. So Snickcat told me that Raren was talking shit, and you guys are rating cards that upset people.
Yeah.
That is what I know.
Yep. Okay.
I'm here to hopefully, if it is possible to beat somebody in this game, I want to beat Raren.
You want to beat Raren. Okay. That's an interesting situation because he's currently the high scorer, and we know how he gets. We know how he gets when he's the high scorer. Yeah.
How many people play this game?
Raren and Simo played this game.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and he's flying high, so we gotta put him in his place. And you're the first Magic player, like Magic main, regular Magic player to play it. So you are also basically representing our entire community. So
Good, because if I mess this up, this is gonna be very embarrassing.
indeed.
I'm listening.
So what this is all about is trying to guess how salty Commander players find individual cards to be. You know EDH Rec?
Yeah.
Okay, so they have the salt score list. What we are going to be doing is I will be picking a number randomly from 1 to 100, and I will be pulling up that card on the list. Alright? And then I'm going to show you the card. You are going to try to guess what rank the card has. The number from number 1 to number 100. So these are some of the saltiest cards there have been. And you're going to try to place it between 1 and 100 as to where you think the community ranked it, or how much they hate it in Commander.
So they hate. Oh God. Do you know what my philosophy in like Commander stuff is? I'm like, I don't give a shit. But if you shut your entire game, I just won't play with you again, and then I immediately forget about the card. That is how little I know about salty cards. You showed me Grand Arc, and I was like, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Just kill it. Just get rid of it. I don't know how good I'm gonna be at this because I care very little. It's against me. Well, okay, alright.
That's okay. All you have to do is put yourself in the mind of the casual Magic player and try to figure out what they would rank a card. And like I said, you're the first Magic main player to play this, so you know, no pressure or anything, but you have to do well.
Okay, so it's not like CEDH, like I hate this combo that this card does? Or
That is a good question, and there isn't a clear answer. The people who voted on this are just people on EDH Rec. I would say it leans to the casual, but
yeah.
I wouldn't say CDH plays no role. I've seen things while doing this game. Are you ready? The best way to start is oh, by the way, it's like golf scores. You want the low score, because your score is determined by the difference between what you guessed and what the card's rank actually is. So you want to get as close to it as possible. And then we add up the difference of your guesses from the ranks, and you want the lowest score. That is your
So I guess the card.
Am I the only one who thinks it's crazy that there aren't windows inside houses?
35 points.
Oh, I get 35 points. Is it 1 through 100?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely just me.
So, goal is to have the lowest score at the end. And
I think I know what the number 1 is, so I'm curious if I see it.
you think you know it?
I honestly think that I would guess what the number 1 would be.
Interesting. Well,
What am I gonna say?
well, we will see. So far, it's really fun to pull these up at random, because I have no idea what cards you're going to see until I type them in.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
yeah, I have no idea. You're going to look at 10 cards. 10 total cards. And here comes card number 1.
Oh my god, it's old. Smokestack. 4 mana, it's an artifact. During your upkeep, you may put a suit counter.
What?
Nobody counters these days. I'm kidding, this was way before my day. During each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices a permanent for each counter on Smokestack. So, who is even really playing this or seeing this in their commander? Hey, it's
I was there. I was there for Smokestack. It's not that old. It's 1998, okay? Oh my god. Yeah, no, don't do that to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Fuck, this is actually kind of hard. I feel like this is so old that no one is this. I mean, obviously it's salty because people have put it on the list, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like it's probably really would low be considered 1 or 100. But I was lower. I was gonna say
So 100, it would be the least salty card that we could look at today, and 1 would be the saltiest card in the game. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that this is kind of closer to the 90, 100 area. You know what? I'll go with the year I was born. I'll go with 92.
92. Okay.
Yeah.
So you could have been playing Smokestack at 6 years old. Impressive.
Would I have upset my friends? I guess we're about to find.
We're gonna find out. So you've never played against Smokestack?
Never seen this card day in my life.
Never seen this card before. Okay.
No.
Smokestack There was a time where Magic wasn't played for fun. It was just toxic, nasty gameplay of doing the worst things to each other. Blowing up lands, not casting spells, having creatures that were cute. Get that shit out of here. We didn't do that, okay? We got out Smokestack and made people sacrifice all their permanents. It stayed a pretty popular legacy deck for a long time. And this one is probably, there are some cards on this list that I've never heard of. This one's probably a little more known. And I have not played against a commander, but you can imagine how bad that is. I think it is in the mind's eye a little bit, because Smokestack is number 43 on the ranking.
Okay.
Okay.
The first one really wrong to, like, you know, get a, like, jerk character.
Yep.
Of where this stuff is, I guess. It's like, do it. It's old. Who cares about it? But, I mean, I guess people do care about it. Okay.
A lot of people care about old things.
The card is commonly played with like board wipes and other stacks effects, so you end up stacking lands, and I think that's the thing that makes Smokestack very, very bad.
You say was like people did this a long time ago. How old is this list?
This list is 2024's list. I think the question
people played in 2024.
The question you want to be asking is how old are Magic players? Sorry guys.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, that was your practice run.
That didn't count.
That does count, and we're keeping that. And I have, oh my god, I can't believe you hit this card. I can't believe what your next card is.
What is it?
It's not Grand Arbiter.
Oh, dang. Okay, what?
But it's a card you may have heard of.
Ew.
It's not new. Yeah.
What the bane of everybody's existence, myself included, because I mainly play limited. This card is incredibly up. And okay. See, this is where I shine.
Yeah.
Guy.
So you got
I don't know how upset this made. Other than limited, because nothing gets banned limited. There's a format this thing is legal in, correct?
Oh, these are good questions. Let me see. Banned in Modern. Banned in Commander. Legal in Legacy, legal in Vintage, legal in Oathbreaker, legal in Timeless.
Yeah, okay. So, a majority... Okay, alright, easy stuff.
Hi, do you want to introduce your kitty? Everybody wants to see the kitty.
Here, come down, come on. Come on. Come say hi to me. Thank you. Okay. This is my cat, Easy. I have two cats named Gigi and Easy, and this is Easy. This
Okay,
is
29 during spring is actually quite reasonable. Over here in the Philippines, our average temperature right now is 35 degrees Celsius, which I understand is not the standard.
I think I'm going to be bold with this rating. And I think I'm going to go really, really close to the fucking top.
Whoa.
Because there's things that I know a little bit about saltiness when it comes to cards. I know that anything with the word orb in the name is very fucked up. And this, I think, would rival those things. I'm going to go with my favorite number. I'm going to put Nadu at 5.
Your favorite number is 5.
My favorite number is 5. I'm going to put Nadu the fucking close to the top of the list. Because it's fresh. This card's hated by the masses.
It absolutely is.
What? What did it not like? The triggers only twice a turn. Oh, only? Like, oh, geez. Like, what the fuck? Okay. I don't understand how it was made. This was exactly almost like, what, 5 years after the debacle? Same color, same nonsense of words put together. Final answer.
At some point after this card came out, it was pretty early in Modern Horizons, I tuned into one of your streams, and you were playing against somebody who had 2 of these.
I know there have to be things meaner than this, like orbs, but I know that is it Blood Moon? People hate Blood Moon.
Yeah.
This is 5.
This is 5.
has to be. That's at least in the top 10. I'm gonna go 5.
Okay. Yeah. Now, this is the first one where I'm like, oh, that's kind of a softball, maybe, because people are not here. And it's kind of hard to evaluate if you haven't played against it. I think that people didn't pre-hate it, but once they played it, they really hated it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Boxy, okay. Nagu is number 3 on the list. So,
Let's go.
Yep, that is your best score today by far, only 2 away, but
Don't you need like fucking rabbit hide for bundles?
that 2 off is not the record for the closest hit. Somebody else got within 1, but nobody's hit it right on the money. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that is still out there. Yeah.
That was a stroke of luck whoever got that.
Let's start setting up our farmlands.
But anybody else, luck.
Got it. Anybody else, meaning Rick specifically. You guys used to be good friends. Now you're just like,
we did.
You're just out for blood. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everybody shame him.
I mean, I don't know. He's moved on.
Well, everybody shame him. That's what I have to say about it.
Yeah, do this, man.
Are you ready for number 3?
I feel like I got really lucky with that. What the hell is that? Oh god, it's old. We're old. Impending disaster, which is gonna be what I rate this card. What round will tell us it's an achievement during your upkeep if there are 7 or more lands in play, sacrifice impending disaster and destroy all land. Why the fuck would anybody play this? Like, what would they do? God, evil!
It's 2 mana, and it's basically Armageddon.
I'm gonna tell you this, it's in the top, I would go with bold sailing top 15. Anything with destroying lands is incredibly fucked up. Like, you just don't do that. That is a cardinal sin. There are 7 or more lands in play, sacrifice impending disaster, and destroy all lands during your upkeep. Why would anybody, what purpose, listen, you would know, what combo, whatever, involves this, where anybody would ever do this? It's not even, it's all lands. You don't, you're why? Do you just want to spend more time with your friends?
Well, this is how you do it. If you really want to know, do you really want to know?
You really want to know if anybody would do this.
Alright, you get your impending disaster, probably a foil copy, and you put it in your deck, and you play against your honest, hardworking, working class, on a budget commander players. But you run mostly expensive $100 plus artifact mana in your deck. So when you blow up all of their basic lands that aren't even foil, you can still just continue to stunt on your budgeted friends with your insane whale money.
That's horrible.
That's what you do. Yes.
Okay, alright. Okay. All that being said, first of all, fuck up if you do that. Second of all, this has to be top 15. Like, at least top 20. Like, you don't fuck with lands. But remind me again, am I allowed to ask what Blood Moon does? I forget what it does.
You can ask me what Blood Moon does.
What does Blood Moon do?
It's 2 and a red for an enchantment, and it makes all non-basic lands into basic mountains.
Right, very fun. Okay, yes, okay. So that, I mean, that's a verse.
Excavation is still quite the taxing process.
God, if it's not like top 20, I'm gonna be so shocked. There's no fucking way it's not. But I'm so off smokestack or that card was, so I don't know. I think that this would be like, this is just straight evil, and evil is associated with the number 13, so I'm gonna go with 13 for an effect.
What the hell?
Very scientific approach you have.
Yeah.
Okay. It works.
It didn't work the first time, but it worked, so it's fine. 13.
So, a few things that I'm going to need you to keep in mind as we do the list. There are actually a lot of cards that destroy lands. A lot. But they can't all fit in the top 20.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of land destroying cards that exists in Magic's history. Remember, this is all the cards legal in Commander.
Oh, right, yeah. And like, I'm so used to just like one card like destroy land, it's like for 6 mana. That's all the limit right now.
Yeah. every set. There are so many old cards like this you may have never seen that destroy lands, but they just don't make them anymore. I think with Impending Disaster, what's interesting about it is it's during your upkeep, so there's a whole round of the table that people see it coming. And during that round, they can play out what they want to play out. They can hold back lands. They can blow up Impending Disaster so it doesn't happen. Or, as you know in Commander, you can switch the table into player removal mode, right? If you put this out on the wrong board, everybody just kills you. And then it doesn't happen.
Public enemy number. Oh, right. Or they just kill the enchantment.
Yeah, so...
But I was like, I didn't think of the fucking politics at all.
No. See, we need you to analyze cards on our card analysis show. So,
Keep 13 and try to change it to now.
Sure.
32.
You think you would have been 32? Oh, that would have been so good. This is number 40, you see. Number 40. There's some kind of a filter on Discord, or you're muting yourself, because you like your mic cuts off when you start yelling what I can tell are very bad words. I think it's like you're blowing up your mic or something.
I'm peeking the mic. Okay.
I do that all the time.
What's my score right now?
Oh, you want a running score? Oh
yeah.
My gosh, that's...
What's your score?
I'll tell you.
Okay. Alright, fine.
You have a
Like at 22 is a little breezy, wouldn't you say?
That's so bad. Because I know it's bad, because golf you want to be really low.
So, I'm not going to tell you. You're just going to have to roll with it and see where you end up. But you're not out of it, that's for sure. You're not out of it. Let's just say there have been some interesting guesses on the show.
Okay.
Alright, let's get you another one. We're going to bounce back. Remember, you want to look at the card and try to solve the situation from a commander point of view.
Okay. Alright, I'm redoing my thought process, okay?
Alright. Yeah.
I was just kidding before, except for not, because I did really good on that one. I wasn't kidding there.
It's totally real. Okay. Oh my goodness. I got a blue card for you.
Strat. Oh my god. 10 mana. Sorcery, target player takes 2 extra turns after this one. I've never seen this in my life, but that's so fucked up. Okay. Commander game with you. I'm gonna play blue, obviously.
Yes.
Something that you're doing is letting you play time stretch probably for much quicker than turn 10. You have something, you haven't cheated out, you've got something really fucked up going on in whatever it is that you're doing that lets you do this, and then you get 2 extra turns, and then I don't think that I would get a turn after that. Or you would quite forward, or you would do something that just completely shuts me down, and I would be sad. And I would hate that. And people don't want other people to take turns, let alone 2 extra turns. So that just seems even more fucked up. But the basic one, it is 10 mana, but there has to be a way to do this quicker.
I think it's fine for the cross to take
There has
stuff
to be a way to do this quicker.
here, in this context.
Did we ever pay 10 mana for something?
No, I know there's some sort of way to do it. Like, there has to be. 2 extra turns, that's 2 turns extra too many. So, I would feel like it would be...
I don't like how far away I have to go just to get to my farm, but the most convenient place to terraform.
Or whatever, were 40s.
Yep.
Would this be sacrificing permits and sacrificing lands? Is that worse than somebody else taking 2 extra turns? My god.
Have you ever been in a commander game where somebody took 2 extra turns in a row and nobody else got any?
People very highly overestimate how often I play Commander.
Or you play with nice people, maybe. And
I've been nice people being Prof and you and Josh and Jimmy. It's for silly fun time. These are fun things though. I saw some pretty crazy blink deck at SCG Con. That was pretty cool. So yeah, people can do
So
some
what
wild
now?
stuff. So have you ever done this? Have you taken 2 extra? You said you love this card.
I have played this card. Yes, yep. So when I played this card, I was using a Doctor Who deck, and I got it off suspend with the pet doctor. It was delightful.
That's how you know. I really analyzing the way that you just said that, the cadence of your voice. You said, I have played this card. Yeah. So that tells me that that's probably a really fucking fucked up thing you did. You got off
It was flavorful. It's Doctor Who. It's a Time Lord. It's a time. It's got suspended. It does time travel as a McGinn. It's all about time. Of course, I'm playing Time Stretch and Time Warp and any other time walkie effects. It was flavor. Flavor is the reason.
Since item frames are how everyone organizes their stuff. Damn it.
Okay. So it still tells me that you're thinking in your part as well. So
you know what? No, I don't need to defend Time Stretch. It speaks for itself. 2 extra turns for you, not for everybody else.
Listen, see?
Oh, we can make scarecrows.
Okay. The land destruction and smokestack are in like the 40s. This has to be close-ish to around it. Go. Is that worse than? Would a random person rather have somebody take more turns or have land float up? I feel like they would rather have the person take more turns. Nobody likes their land being blown up. Nobody likes that. But they also hate to see other people having fun and they can't play. So I mean, that's another thing to think about. Yeah, put this.
Full moon. Oh, nice.
Moxie is not a number.
Just to see if I can do it. I'm not gonna try right now, but my body must put 28, but my body were way off with the field. This one, you're doing something really screwy on your 2. You know what? 28.
Is that like a favorite number of yours as well? Is there a story around 28?
My body is telling me, and I should listen to it. To be worse than that. No, I take it back. Stop. No, I changed my mind.
Is that legal? I'm the judge here.
No, yeah, Mark.
Oh, okay. I didn't reveal anything, I don't think. Alright, this one time, but don't you slow roll. Don't you mess with me on the numbers, alright?
Okay. Don't go too crazy off of it. I'm gonna do like a little closer to like this. I'll go like what did I say, 20? I'll go like 37.
Is that what your body is telling you? 37. For some reason. Is there something I should know about that number? Okay.
It has to be close to these the land stuff. People probably hate that too.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, like I don't care.
Okay.
Trying to get my previous answer. If I fail off, tell me.
It was a good adjustment. Adjustment. The actual number is 49, and you were only 12 away with your adjustment to 37, so it actually worked out in your favor.
I talk all the time.
Whichever part of your body talked you into that was doing the right thing, but your armpit did it? Okay, there you go.
Your armpit, okay.
Oh my goodness.
I wish my armpit was that intuitive.
Of things now.
Yeah, you got it all figured out. You've been playing Battleship, right? And you've got some hits and you got some misses, and you know where the next cruiser is. Yeah, you probably know what Battleship is. What the hell am I doing? That was an 80s kid game.
Yeah, I know that one. Yeah,
okay. Thank you. Appreciate you. Anyway.
Close to the hundreds. These are like kind of middle of the road. Like, what even is worthy enough to be on the salt list?
Good question.
Isn't in the okay. All right, I'm ready for my next one.
Simo had this one as well. Let's see if you can do better than Simo.
Oh my god, we get the same ones?
Yep.
Urza, Lord High Artificer. 2 blue, 2 colorless. It's a 1/4. When Urza enters the battlefield, create a 0/0 artifact construct creature with this gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. Tap and untap artifact you control, add a blue. 5, shuffle your library and exile the top card. Until the end of turn, you may play the card without paying its mana cost. Okay. Alright, so Urza, Lord High Artificer. 4 mana, 1/4. When it enters, you get the thing that gets +1 for each artifact you control. Your artifact's now tap for blue. And then 5, shuffle your library and top card. The end of your turn. That last part is really screwy. For 5 mana, shuffle your library, exile the top card until the end of turn. You may play the card without paying its mana cost.
Could be a time stretch.
Yeah. This is actually kind of silly. I've never seen this card. It's got to be newer. At least, like, within the last probably 15 years, I would say.
Newer within 15 years is such a magic thing to say. This is from Modern Horizons 1.
That was
It was a big vein.
Let's see. I'm pulling up
I did the pre-release. Was that where Soul Harder was? Modern Horizons 1, or was that 2?
I don't know. I did do the Modern Horizons pre-release. This is 2019. It's 2019. 2019.
Okay, alright. Okay, so okay. So energy is an artifact. It's +1, add a blue, 5, shuffle your library, and top card. You may play the card without paying its mana cost. But I think this is like, but like, it's definitely not like egregious, right? You would think. I mean, it does make your artifacts blue. I don't know what you blue people do. I don't know what it is you value and where you're like, yeah, this is the fucking nut. Or like this is it, right? Like I have no idea if you see this card, you're like, oh my god, I'm brewing something immediately. Or I'm like, look at this thing, but I would definitely kill it.
Yeah, you just murder Urza on the spot every time.
You would actually take this card out.
Okay.
Like, there's no way this is worse than taking extra turns or land destruction. But, if this is a list made by casual people, it's 2024 list, people have seen this card probably more because it is from 2019. Like, maybe it would be higher up on the list because of that. But, like, is it that big of a deal? Like, what are people doing with this? I mean, playing cards for free, yeah, it's very fucked up. 1/4. Maybe, I'm overestimating the amount of removal commander players play in their goddamn decks, because I'm over here, like, when I built decks on stream sometimes, I'm, like, putting in, like, basic, like, just 2 mana removal. I was like, get rid of that. Like, you can do something better. I'm like, no, I want, like, some spot removal in here. I can help it. And I'm looking like I'm insane. So, I don't know. This makes this very... I think, like, this is gonna be the determining factor of, like, how the rest of this game is gonna fucking go.
Yeah.
I would put this at, like, 56. I would still think, like, middle of the road, but, like, definitely not worse than land destruction and taking extra turns. But it's newer, so I feel like it would be kind of more middle of the pack. I would say, so I was feeling 56 for this.
Final answer? You're not gonna back out on this one?
No, I'm gonna stick with my word.
Lock it in?
Lock it in.
Where did 56 come from?
56 came from the fact that these old as fuck cards that, like, kill lands and, like, take extra turns, like, they're in, like, the 40s.
So it came from analysis. It's not coming from your armpit
1, 2,
or your
3, 4,
guts
5,
or
6, 7, 8,
you're not going to
9,
play your
10,
It's
11.
My pinky,
It's
got
not.
my flex here.
It's not your PO box
1,
number
2, 3,
56. It's not
4,
like I made
5,
you the
6,
full
7, 8,
No,
9.
my
10,
QS is 1, 2, 3,
Alright,
5,
cool.
so no. It's not coming from there.
Okay.
This is coming straight from my analytical brain.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
If you use that analytical brain more often, who knows where you would end up. Urza Lord High Artificer is
Please
exactly 56.
get away from here.
Mike can't handle it. The Mike can't handle it. She's there yelling, but we don't know what she's saying.
Sorry, let me think. Oh, man, you, Rarin.
How did you do that? That's insane! Nobody's gotten one right on. That's the first time. That's the first time. It's Urza. It's blue Urza. It's blue Urza.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sweating. Dude, that was a fucking cult 1 in 100 shot. That is insane.
Nailed it.
So, so ready for anything else. Nothing else that happens now is going to affect me, even if they're all off. That's the best thing I'll ever do in my whole life.
The words you were saying, I thought you were going to be way off. Because,
Really?
yeah, you're like, this isn't so bad, it doesn't do much. You know, this card is considered one of the most toxic commanders in the game.
Really?
Yeah, so a few things you should know. Remember how you know that things that have orb in the title are evil? So orbs are templated the way that old Magic cards were, which is mono artifact was the phrase. So if it's tapped, it doesn't have an effect. If it's untapped, it does have an effect.
Okay.
Okay. So and this is like you can look up on EDH Rec, nearly every Urza Lord High Artificer deck runs Winter Orb, right? The one.
That's a fucked up what I know.
Yeah, but with Urza,
I forget what it does though.
with Urza, on your opponent's turn, at the end of their turn, you can tap the Winter Orb for mana, and then you get to untap all your lands, and they only untap one.
Oh,
Yeah, that's one of the.
So the combo. I cannot believe I fucking did that. So
Yeah. The Urza decks also have a tendency to go infinite, make infinite mana with artifact combos, and when they do that, they use the ability and they play their whole deck and win the game. So, like, people hate Urza. I don't play Urza. I'm a blue mage. They tell me to play Urza, and I'm like, no, I like my friends. I don't play Urza. Yes. And
I want to be playing with me.
you know who loves Urza? Timo. He saw this card, and I swear you saw the little anime waifu heart eyes popping out of his head. He thinks this is the best card in the history of the game.
When did he know that?
Oh God,
I don't know.
you're putting me on the spot. I don't have it right in front of me. I don't have the number. I don't have the number right in front of me.
I didn't get it exactly right.
Yeah, I think he was within like 15. I think it was definitely close-ish, but nobody's gotten one exactly right. Jesus Christ, and it was Urza. And
Were you making a face when I was guessing 56?
maybe. I was trying to keep it together in case you start looking at Discord.
Not just to I'm only looking at myself just to not judge any on the facial bit that you're doing. But I want to see what your face is like when I guess it.
You can, because I've done this enough now. I know how to throw people off if I want to.
You're pretty good at it.
Thank you, I think.
It hurts being lied to by my friends, but you know it's for the sake of content.
Well, now we've played whatever that 3D Among Us was, so I'm just used to having you lie to me, manipulate me. You know what, we don't need to talk about it. Analyze this next card.
Okay, I'm ready. Right. 2 black, 3 colorless, which is a 4/5. It's menace. Whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent or discards a permanent card, they put the card from your opponent control. Notably, Turn has a backside. Turn is also an artifact, and you can tap it and make an opponent discard a card.
Would you like to see the backside?
Let me. I would love to see the backside.
We should not say on the internet together.
Turn backside. Let me try to remember what it does without looking. It is an artifact. You can tap it and opponent's card. You can pay 3 or 4 mana, untap it, and then do it again. Let me look. Player lose 3. Oh, okay, but they lose 3 life unless they tap it or discard a card. Untap targets later. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. There's no way this thing is not top 15. This card, this is like getting fed onto again. I know that this card is fucked up. people hate this card. And rightfully so. This card is incredibly screwy. This card's a limited bomb. Same with Nadu. Like it's just a disgusting and egregious.
Yeah, you seem very familiar with.
I know this woman. I know this woman firsthand. Okay. And she is indeed the god of fright because she instills fright into people because of how screwed up she is. This one has to be really, really up there. Don't know if it's top 10 though. Fuck, would it be okay? If not, it was 3.
Have you ever played against this in Commander? Has anybody ever sat down at like a Magic Con and wanted to play Terror Grid with you?
Is it Turgrid?
I don't know.
What did I say? Turgrid?
Turgrid,
Whatever.
Terror Grid.
Probably yeah. So like, there's got to be a way that people just like there has to be some sort of combo that just makes you lose all your stack and everything. There has to be like some sort of combination that kills you in a turn. The front side again. I always play the back side. Whenever you put a sacrifice into your permanent card, so you put that card. We put that card from where, yeah, and you take their stuff. You take their stuff. Oh my god! See, like in limited, we don't really do the front. You can, but you don't really do the front part because you don't really have a way to make somebody sacrifice something in limited. So you just make them lose their card. So you always play the back side of the lantern. So I'm not used to seeing the front side. But yeah, I can imagine. Oh, it's probably the front side probably played actually, and Commander, not the. That's maybe yeah, and you make them sacrifice things. You know what?
You have feelings?
I'm gonna be bold with it. I hit Urza nail on the head. I'm feeling confident and I'm feeling cocky. I'm gonna do a bold guess for this one. Are you ready?
I am so ready.
She's a 4 or 5, so that would be close. If Nadu is 3, and I know people fucking hate this card, I would go with 9.
9.
9.
9.
9. I would definitely say top. I'm gonna go top 10. I think that she's 9.
Okay. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Shit, box it damn.
Need pumpkins, huh?
Wow.
How cool.
I mean, it's you did a lot worse than the last one. Like a lot worse. Because the last one you got right up. This one, well, Terror Grid's number 8, so you're much more off than last time. Although only one.
I didn't hear any of that, did you?
No, your mic gets destroyed every time. You have the opposite of what most streamers have in their filters. We have streamers that like smooth outer voice and noise gate, right? Yours is like when I go too high, it filters me out. You must have like things to like boost that in for your stream.
I don't know why it does that. I'll put it right up here. For those watching at home, I just screeched vehemently into the microphone. That's what that was. So
I'm sure that they're okay with not getting the full experience. Maybe.
Yes.
One.
You're welcome.
Your last 3 have been 12, 0, and 1.
Yay!
I
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. See, this was I feel like another softball though. But
you have been hitting
my guessing skills and analytical brain either.
Yes.
Well, those softball.
I mean, you've been getting you've gotten some of the stars, I would say. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Let's see what the next one is.
This is where it all goes downhill for me.
Yeah.
I've had too good for too long. And this is where everything dies.
This card. Fans of my channel know this card.
Okay.
We haven't had him on the show in a long time. It's nice to bring back a very, I won't say friend to the show, but a familiar face to many of us here. Here you go.
Oh, sure. You told me this story. You hate him.
He's my nemesis.
He's the bane of your existence. You hate him so much.
That is correct. He was a villain on the channel. Made many guest appearances. We had a good year of content from Jin Gitaxis and the Prismatic Bridge. It was a good time.
Right, so if this was like a your salt list, I would put him at number 1. But since it's not, that's not my answer. So, Jin Gitaxis Progress Tyrant. Jin is 2 blue, 5 plus. It's a 5/5. Whenever you pass an artifact, instant or sorcery spell, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. This ability triggers only once each turn. Whenever an opponent casts an artifact, instant or sorcery spell, counter that spell, this triggers only once each turn. This card is also another card. It is from Kamigawa, which was 3 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
The passage of time. There has to be something where I'm obsessed with it because I can't stop talking about it. But, so, time for me to be analytical brain again. This is a newer card, okay? You hate it, which means that all of a sudden, I know that you have a personal vendetta with it, but that must mean other people also hate it. It's a newer card. It does some fucked up shit. Like, you get to do new copies for whatever it is you have, and you counter the first fucking. That means that somebody has to do anything. They literally, if they have something they want to do in their hand, they're going to either have something they want to do less, or draw something they want to do less. They have to pay for the thing they want to do less, and then they'll be free to do their second thing because Jim Gitaxis says no. That's what he says. So that tells me this card also. I don't hear a lot about him though, so like I still think that he's up there. I know that he's newer, so he still has to be fucked up. I don't think he's in the top 10. I don't think so. There's no way that he's in the top 10. But I think that he's close. I think that he's probably pretty up there because he's newer and because he'll count things and like he has to be kind of. I'm gonna go with. Listen, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22.
Yeah, Taylor Swift appreciates you right now.
Thank you.
Okay. So Jin Gitaxis Progress Tyrant 22. Tay-Tay, as Tay-Tay would say. You're not going to change it? Lock it in?
You know what's crazy is I already want to change it, but I'm not going to. So,
Cow,
yes,
chicken,
I
sheep,
just remembered Urza
head.
is also newish, and he's like in the 50s, so maybe this is a little high. But yeah, sure, we'll go with 22. I feel the last 3, so I got a little wiggle room. We'll go with 22.
That's always the downside, is you start slacking, Boxy. You start slacking.
He's like 69, isn't he?
That would be awesome. He's 55. He is 55.
I didn't remember Urza. I was like, Urza also knew he was like in the 50s. So yes, that I deserve the loss on that one.
Yeah, you were cooking.
Where could I...
I literally remembered it too right afterwards. So, but I haven't changed my answer again. So that's
I will say this. It would be quite the choke if you were to fumble the bag at this point, and you've got 3 to go, 2 to go. Wait, 8, 9, 10, 3 to go. You've got 3 to go, so no pressure, but don't blow it. It would be really embarrassing on the internet.
Fine. Give me the number 1 because I feel like I know what it is.
Have you not had enough top 10? Oh my gosh, no. That is not what you just pulled. It's the number 1. You pulled a different number. I'll give that away. I just gave you a huge hint. It's not number 1.
Okay, what is it?
Let's find out. I'm getting the right art. I want to get a very nice art.
Right art.
I'm a person who likes to have the right art. Alright?
Okay. Interesting.
I haven't seen this card in a long time. This is fun.
Flash fires. 1 red, 3 colorless, all player destroyed?
Yeah. White players, get out. We're done with it.
Get out.
Can you imagine somebody playing this in Commander? Where it's like,
No.
what the heck, dude? Why do you have a card in there just to mess up me?
Would be, I mean, why do you have this? Like, what creature hurt you?
Who does this?
Where you don't want to have any white players have fun.
Yeah, so I know that there's that vibe with players. I never met somebody who just like players.
I know.
Oh my god.
He deserved to do so, but
Hey.
I mean, hey.
Hey. Hey, friends.
not not for the sake of the game. This is purely animosity.
Great. All right, great.
There's no. What the hell? Who is doing this? I mean, obviously, people who play a lot of white cards have break this very badly. Someone has had a horrible experience with flash fires. It's just got rid of all their planes.
This is one of the ultimate, like, your play group, you know, like, cards.
Yes.
Like, this is the thing where they've lost one too many times to,
Yep.
like, somebody's mono white thing, Adeline, I don't know, whatever a good mono white character is, right? And they're just like, you know what? Just this week only, this person's going down.
Yep, that's exactly what this is. Mike pissed me off last week, and so now I'm gonna bring in flash fires to completely fuck up his Adeline deck. Like, that's exactly what this is. Like, that's so niche, though. And there's no way this thing is... Listen, I know where the middle is at this point, okay? I know the middle area. This is not near the middle. This has to be in the back. Like, I would go, listen, I need to stop going with my vibe, because my arm has been wrong, but my analytical brain is not. So, actually it was for big tests, but that's neither here nor there. So, I feel like flash fires have to be in, like, the 70s or 80s, because Urza, Jin, land destruction, taking extra turns, is all in the 50s to 40s-ish area. So, like, this has to be back there. There's no shot this thing is close to those things. I would go with, like, I guess, really high for snow trails, way up. I would go, like, 72 for flash fires. Like, this is so niche. Like, I would still put it, like, relatively close to the middle, because, like, this is still direct land hate, but it's only towards one color. So it can't be in the middle. Like, it has to be, like, kind of in the mid-back-ish. So I would go 72 for this.
Sure, lock it in.
No? But yeah, I'm locking it in.
You don't seem confident.
No, I don't.
Where's the
My
confidence?
other favorite number is 86, so I wanted to pick that one too. But no, I'm gonna go 72.
But not 86? Interesting.
You can tell me that it's 86. I'm leaving immediately.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know if we can even release this video after that.
Hey,
Because they're gonna think it's rigged.
bitch, you're lucky.
72.
You're lucky.
72 is the number. Are you standing on your chair? What is going on right now? Just yelling into the mic. Oh my gosh. What the hell? And after you have a couple words, the mic gave up. The mic surrendered. Still barely hit, and it picked up a sound to that. Oh my god.
Yeah, God.
Wow. Holy Jesus, Bob.
I'm not kidding, I'm sweating. I'm sweating from this. It's why I was like, I don't sweat anyways, but are you fucking kidding?
You did this. You did this. I'm serious. If I release this, people might be like, what the hell? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, I know where to find this list. This is straight from my brain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Straight brain.
You have a 2, a 0, a 1, and a 1. Like, that is...
You know what?
That is wild. I thought this right.
I just want to say this. First of all, thank God this happened. Second of all, like, I would have done at least something naked. I would have that general understanding.
There's still time.
If I didn't. There's still time.
2 more.
Oh, God.
To be off by like 99 or something. That would be embarrassing.
Oh my God. Alright. Oh my God. I can't tell anybody. I'm pretty sure I can't tell anybody. Okay. I'll know. Okay.
You... Oh my god.
That's good. Oh my God.
I'm gonna have Simo and Raren fans be so mad.
I can't believe I did it twice. Oh Oh my god.
I'm gonna give you crap about it, but no, we're not redoing it. That's BS. You came to win, you deserve it.
I did get 2 softballs to be fair.
I don't know how the hell you got that close on fucking flash fires. Like,
I directly on it. I just make a guess.
the moral of the story is just don't listen to your armpit. It's the only thing that can throw you off.
It's just in my brain.
It's the only thing that can stop you.
It's so crazy.
Okay. At this point, just don't fumble the ball. Don't fumble the ball. Don't mess it up. You have to really make sure you fully understand why a card makes people angry. Okay? Okay.
I'm ready.
There you go.
I'm ready. What's that? Narset Enlightened Master. This is from the Concentrate here. This is Jeskai 3. That is white, red, blue for those at home who don't play Magic. It is 3/2. First strike hexproof. Whenever she attacks, exile the top 4 cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may cast non-creature cards exiled without paying their mana costs. 6 mana, 3/2. First strike hexproof. That's the part of the term you don't see a lot these days. Hexproof. We've really moved away from it. Thank God we've moved into the more reward territory. So I already have that in my brain. Whenever it attacks, exile the top 4 till the end of turn, you cast non-creatures exiled it without paying their mana cost. That would make sense because this is just Pipe. So you're going to be playing a lot of non-creature cards. So probably things that like maybe bounce her, save her, you swing with her, you bounce her back. That way you can at least do that and get to play the other stuff for free. This card is 10 years old. I guess 11 at this point because Cons came out in 2014, and that is when I first started playing Magic. As the year I started playing Magic. Although I will say I didn't take Magic seriously until I started like streaming it, which was about like 6 years ago. So.
Oh, you take Magic seriously?
Well.
Double Mythic, yo.
Ow, that hurt a little bit. So.
No, it doesn't matter. I've never been double Mythic. I can't know.
Yeah, you're gonna do limited Mythic or what?
No. Nope, totally not doing that. Nope, not gonna do that.
Oh, if you want to.
Oh, you carried me to the double Mythic.
So you're right. I didn't. When I think Magic seriously, let me reiterate. I mean, like, really, like, pay attention. Like, kind of give a shit, I should say.
Okay.
Like, that, like, and so I'm trying to think, I'm trying to put my mind back then, and, like, Hexproof is a very, that first strike is also very good. This is expensive, but what you get out of it, right?
Dude,
So,
6 mana, 3/2 first strike hexproof would probably just tone and limited, right? And you can just mill yourself 4 every time it attacks.
I mean, I was gonna, for 6 minutes, but like, you get some free spells that you get. It's definitely a pack one pick one where you're gonna have to build around. You just can't pick it up like pack 3 and put it in, right? It's definitely a pack one pick one, and I would want to see that. But it might be a little harder than you think. But definitely worth trying and doing. Exile the top of your library till the should make cast on creatures without paying their mana cost. So you probably have bounces, you probably have burns, you probably have removal and white and things like that. Urza and Jin were like in the 50s. This card is older though, and it's still probably I've never seen it, by the way.
I've seen it.
No, never seen it. But I do know the symbol.
And do you think that the free cards, if this is a commander or card in your deck, do you think the free cards you're trying to fit are some bounties and removals?
Bounties, removals, and burn, right? I mean, like.
What else is there? Sure.
Oh my god, taking extra turns to blue, and then, yeah, just like. Putting things in baby jail! Ooh. Wait, you're trying to throw me off. Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm being analytical here. Stop it.
Okay.
So, like, listen, okay? I'm like, that's probably what you're doing. Like,
That's
you're
fine.
probably playing removal and extra turns and, like, spells that hurt other things, like mess with your opponent's board, and, like, you get it free. She has hexproof, so it takes a lot to, like, try to get rid of her. If you sacrifice or something, I put her at, like, 45. I'm trying to think. I'm talking about that. I think so if Jin and Urza are there, and like she does this stuff too, I feel like I already forgot what the land instructions were, I think they were also like 40-something, I can't remember the exact number or something, but you know what? No. I take it back a little bit. I would go with 1. Yes, what did I think? 442. Yeah, 51. We'll lock in 51.
Lock in 51.
I think that she's got to be close to her. I mean, the hex screw really fucked up, but she is just a 3. And like, as time has gone on, like, you can block it pretty easily. Or like, there's going to be something for it, but I would say 51.
Narset Enlightened Master is the card I used to cast Time Stretch in a game of Commander as well. I've done... actually, Brawl is where I cast Time Stretch, because that just showed up on Magic Arena recently.
So you can play this in... Oh, it's not Brawl.
Enlightened Master's been sneaking around Arena. I'm trying to remember when it was first introduced, but this card is like, yeah, extra combats and extra turns are genuinely what you're flipping into, or omniscience. And that's basically, in casual, Narset is seen as like, if this attacks, you could just lose the game. Like, that's how annoying and like how much they fear Narset Enlightened Master. I played this on my show once as well and flipped over some rather nutty cards like Alrund's Epiphany and such.
I know that one, yeah. And I forget Omniscience. I hate Omniscience as well.
But it's not that far from 51. It's 63, so you are only 12 points off on Narset Enlightened Master, so your analytical brain is doing its work.
I'll take it.
Good job. Good job. And as secure as you feel, you do still have to try on this one. It's not... You could still mess this up. This is your...
Oh, no!
This is your last one.
Oh, no! It's my last one!
This is the last one. And yeah, you could still mess this one up. So, dial in, okay?
Do you already know what it is?
I just pulled up the card. I'm about to send it to you.
Oh, yep, I'm ready.
Oh my goodness.
I'm locked in. I'm so fucking locked in right now.
Alright, brace yourself.
Okay, brace.
God, patch, that's a thing?
These cards are like $800, by the way. They may even be more. My friend a long time ago found a playset of these in like his old binder. He's like, "Oh, how much they are now?" This is back there, $300. So these are $800 a piece. Gaia's Cradle has to be close to the top. Gaia's Cradle is tap it, affords your mana pool for each creature you control. This thing, you have a bazillion creatures out. You tap it, you got a bunch of mana. That's why you play Gaia's Cradle. Is because you want to capture big shit, and you have a bunch of little idiots to help you do it, plus a $900 card. But that's neither here nor there. So this has to be like 12 or 15. What I guess 15 for something, but I forget what it was. Did I, or was I thinking in my head?
You have not guessed, and we have not revealed 15.
Okay.
You have guessed 13, but it has not been revealed.
Oh, that's what it was, because I did the hunting number. This has to be top 20. Everybody knows Gaia's Cradle. And any card, I just played against it at STG-Con Atlanta. Granted, the person didn't have their big spells, but they had the ability to tap, I think, for like 40 something. It was kind of insane. And so, like, I know that you can just dump out your whole hand with it. Like, this card is screwy. I would guess this card would be definitely like the top 20. I would be shocked if it wasn't. But I've been wrong one other time in my life, so you know maybe this is the second time I've ever wrong. I would guess this card's like 18 or something. Like, it's gotta be top 20. Like, there's no way it's not. And because you can cast so many things with it, and like that's what this thing is meant to do. Like, there's no. I'm gonna lock in 18 for this card.
18.
18.
What do you think would make people so salty about it? Because it's just mana if you have creatures. Isn't that the point of the format?
Because you get to do all of your stuff with it. Like, for each creature you control, there's got to be a way to dump out. Like, I mean, skewed swarm, and that stupid little bug. And then like he makes his babies, and then his babies turn into mana, and then somebody's casting like a bunch of idiots, and then they're playing Cradle of Behemoth for so cheap, and then all of their little dorks are huge, and then you're getting mowed over. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening with this. Yes, I know because I've lived it.
I know that if this comes out on any show I'm on, the comments are 100% just about how much money it costs. Like,
yeah, I mean that's the first thing I said, right?
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. The money side is hard to get away from with Gaia's Cradle, unfortunately. And for those of us who have some OG cradles in our life,
good for you.
It's like dangerous to take them out. Everybody gets angry.
Yeah.
But they don't.
Part that you proxy, but you like prove that you have the cradle, but you don't want to play with it.
Yeah.
You don't want to hurt it, right? So.
That said, they don't get as angry as you think.
No way.
That's right. Yeah. Gaia's Cradle's ranking on the Salt list for 2024 is 45. 45.
40?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. There's things they hate more, like land destruction, I guess, and terror.
Wow.
But yeah, Gaia's Cradle, I do believe was up there in the past and has been getting less salty, and maybe it is.
I think that's enough for today.
Thing. Maybe it's proxies. Maybe more people are proxying it.
I'll till the land
well, at least they're playing creatures.
once I get some sleep.
And artifact combos and other degenerate things and extra turns. As long as they're playing creatures, maybe some people don't mind Gaia's Cradle. Gina, my wife, loves Gaia's Cradle. She loves Gaia's Cradle. She's like, ooh, I drew this land so I get the mana for all my creatures, so I make more creatures. It's her like her favorite thing in the world. And she created her hooks, and she's the happiest camper in the gathering. Exactly.
You know what? I will say real quick that your explanation, your description, everything you just said, I have never felt older in my life because I think that I went off of like